Welcome to the 200th stream, my goodness. Hello, everybody. I will say, careful with those rolls, folks. If you're one of the players, don't do that yet. I'm going to tell you why later. But anybody else can go ahead and do the rolls now, because you're going to be in emote jail very soon. Hello, Devot. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Pudgy, for the resub. Very good timing. Oh my goodness, little party times. Hi. Hi, everybody. And yes, Vi is here. We don't know how long we'll have everybody here, but it's good to have. Oh my gosh. The winner of what, Frigid? There's no winner of D&D. It's actually a whole thing. Because you're new to this, I'm pretty sure. So we're all just gonna be playing around, just like there's no winner of chat. Boop. We're clicking buttons. We're just gonna be silly times, so it's gonna be all good. Everybody loses a D&D, yeah. Sometimes. Maybe Dungeon Master the most, as you guys do all the chaos. Pretty sure I won chat though. Shush. No. We got 1,300 followers. You guys, we met my little goal, the 1,300 followers. I'm so pleased. Yes, you got a diamond. So, we're gonna spend the first little bit just talking a little bit about how game go, how I've got things organized. Thank you, bye. But one of those things is none of you players use chat commands for a while. I'm gonna explain a couple things, but really what we care about is the rolls. Don't touch those because you know they have a very harsh cooldown. You're gonna want to save it because I have a thing for you. But don't do nothing yet. All right. Well, the D&D players got a diamond for the day. Yes, it is the D&D diamond. D&D diamond. That is how you're going to be able to. That's how you're going to be able to play. Yes, don't touch the dice; they're cursed. You're gonna have it for today. I will not be letting you keep the diamond for forever. I know. It's just so that we can make sure that I know what the heck is going on. Everybody else is gonna be in emote only because, my god, if I was able to see all of chat while also looking for specifically my players in the chat, guys, we know me. We know me. I would be able to stay on track at all. I would be so lost. I would be so lost. So the plan is that I'm gonna put everybody in emote only mode, and only my mods, my players, and myself will be able to break through and rate stuff. That way, you know, we have our lovely players tell me what they plan to do. See, also the chaos that was the court case. Yes. Oh, that was our little pre D&D stream. That little moment, quite literally, that scene happened so that this could happen. They walked so we could run. Except we're all the same people. Oops. um, yeah, it was a good time. It was a silly time. Okay. So thanks everybody for being here. I'm very excited. We coincidentally landed on 200th stream. We were supposed to have it just before, but then it just worked out perfect, and I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, it's our 200th stream with Dungeons and Dragons. Sort of. It's a bit watered down because it's gonna be something that I can manage, and we can manage with the chat, and it's not too overwhelming to have all of the bajillion things I would want to probably have open if I was playing this properly, because there'd just be so many things. And this is also the first time I've ever DM'd, so let's go easy on me. So yeah, that's the plan. I was gonna just do a little chats and check-in before we start. Basically, everybody, this is your time to chat for a little bit before we begin. We'll have ad breaks, but I'm a little nervous I'm gonna forget about the ads. So if my mods can yell at me, just have some sort of wee emote And then you're allowed to break the emotes, and you can say ads incoming, and I can be like, oh right, pause here, or hit a snooze, we gotta finish this moment, and then we'll do it. And that's when I'll probably release chat so that you can chat for a minute and we can take a little bit of a break. And then we'll get back into it, okay? I'm so sorry, Bridget. I'm sorry, you'll have to lose your diamond. We will have to take it away for now. I know. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. All right. The other note is that after we finish, we will still have a little bit of chatting after, and I'll release chat to talk then. So if you have things you want to say, we can do that. Mods, I was meaning to do this and I forgot because it's me. For something that we can have as a pin message so that new people know what the hell is going on. Something like emote only while we play, so Raven could focus. And then, ooh, that's perfect. That's the ad alert alarm. Thank you, Fet. And then something basically that we'll have breaks every now and then. Maybe we'll say like chat is released during ad breaks. Maybe that's what we say. Let's see. Sorry, folks. It's emotes only, so the Raven can focus. Chat will be released from the jail in ad breaks. How about that? I think that works. And I will pin that. Yay, you already pinned it. Thank you. Okay. That's how that will go. We're just doing all the housekeeping first, and we're also letting people kind of pop in, say hellos while we're just getting sorted. And in this corner, standing 3'7", weighing 75 pounds, he's the lawyer that's got a serious case of ass whooping. Does a shuckle even have a fist? Does a shuckle even have a fist? Alright, we will get to that, my goodness. This will be my most used emote. Only with consent, Pudgy. I'll say if you use that, whatever you're attempting to kiss, if is a people, will be a no unless they say yes, please. Enthusiastically consent. Raise your pseudopods in the air for a shuckle. Yes. Shuck around and find out. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. All right. Here's the plan. We're gonna do a little intro. We're gonna put you in emote only. We're there. We're getting there. All the Riz checks. Oh, maybe you'll have to do your Rizzes then. But there's a really harsh Riz, isn't there? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Next plan. Oh, I have to keep so many tabs open. And so, forgive me if I get a little slow and disjointed. That's why we're playing till 5 p.m. to give us time. Frigid, no! Don't use your commands. I thought I said this. I'm glad that the bot isn't recognizing it. Don't do it. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. I also might have turned it off, actually. I know I turned stuff off. Oh, I have to go in and find that, actually. Ooh. Oh, the things you forget, Raven. Why did you forget? Okay. Tweak the cooldown roll command if we need to. No, Fet. It's okay, Frigid. I'll be saying it again. Basically, I want just we don't touch the commands for a little while for the most part. There should only be a couple allowed for a bit, but they can stay harshly timed. It's alright, Don. I don't keep attendance. You're fine. Where the heck am I supposed... Oh, there. While I find things very slowly. Lasagna's done. I was taking it out of the oven. Ooh, yummy. Yeah, where is our goose? I wonder. Too bad we took attendance just before this. No. Oh, I did have Riz turned off. Maybe I'll wait to turn that on before anything. I remember turning things off that I knew wasn't gonna be relevant. Yeah. Well, that's not probably gonna be relevant for a while. Okay. Okay. Then I'll just warn you guys that, yeah, be suspicious of commands, but I'll say don't do nothing yet. Okay. All right. Yeah, where's our goose? Where's the hunk? I worry just a little that our goose thinks that this starts at 3 p.m. because of time change. I had meant to prepare you guys a little bit sooner, and then I was not quite prepared. So I was focused on that first. Ooh. Oh no, yeah, I will leave Riz off. I remember what I was thinking. I was just gonna leave that one off. Alright. Lahonk lahanked his last lahunk. I suppose so. Well, we did have, as a warning, that if you broke rules, you get booted and you get replaced by a mod. But also, I guess if you're just not here yet, maybe a mod goes first. I don't know. I will be rolling all the things. That is the most important. I'll have the commands just have for a little thing. Can fill in until the goose arrives. Yes. All right. Do I want us begins? Yes, I think I do. I'll show things off for a little minute. Those of my players who is here, I got a little bit chatty with each of the players beforehand and kind of prepared, make sure I knew what they was ready for, and make sure that they're ready for what I've got prepared. And one of the things was preparing something kind of like what you usually do. You do a character sheet for D&D where it's a big old paper, and depending on how many levels you are in the game, and if you're a spellcaster or not, it can be very big. For me, I was like, no. I don't know the rules, so I may inevitably break one by accident. The rules was laid out, but I will warn you if it's one of the blurrier ones. It's mostly be nice and don't be inappropriate kind of a thing, so it's okay. Like for this stream, the D&D how D&D work rules. No, that's fine. I'll tell you everything. You do not get half the frogs. Nice try. It wasn't a wedding, it was an engagement that was broke off. You just got the diamond and it'll get took back very quick. You got the diamond, not the certificate. Alright, but I was saying character sheet things, yes. So we have character sheets in D&D. There can be a lot of stuff that goes on there, and it can be a lot to keep in mind, and I didn't want to overwhelm newbies, and I didn't want to have to keep track of too much myself, so we made a minier version, and I sent those out to friends. Hello! This is in fact just a one-shot, but it's also not quite officially a D&D game, is watered down, but, yeah. Uh, one shot, which is to say that it's just only this session. There's not going to be another follow up session. Everybody, that's what that means. But yeah, welcome, Captain. Character sheet. So I did minis, a smaller version, and I sent them to everybody. And then I made an even more succinct version that I have to keep track of during the game. Like, I don't have to have all the specifics that you guys have. I just need to have a couple of the things, and that's usually called a character, or well, a monster card, for if the DM has a bunch of monsters for you to run into, what their info and stuff is. And so I've got a little something prepped for that to keep track of, and I would like one of my players or mods to volunteer to have their stuff as the example that we're going to show off a little bit today. You don't have to have your stuff shown, or you can just give me, oh yeah, you can show mine, it's okay. But yeah, okay, Pudgy says you. All right. All right, then we're going to do that. So before we quite officially start, we're going to do a show up of how we're doing this. Where is this? Where did that go? No. That's where it is. Okay. Here we go. Check this out. This is going to be the little cam when I roll, because I'm going to be doing the rolling to make sure we don't have to worry about rolls, because there's more dice involved than just the D20. That's when I roll my dice for the ASMR trigger. We do that. So I've got my usual dice in the little thing. If you like, this little is a cute little nook, and I'll show it off a little better in a second. But yeah, here's my dice, and there's the less legible dice. They're cool, but they're just a little bit difficult to properly read in different lighting. But these ones are very legible with their gold writing on the green and black. But here we go with the show and the off. Okay. You're not late. We don't keep attendance. As a player, I would say you might be a little bit under the late category, just a little bit, but we haven't started, and I'm still showing off. And I'm gonna do a quick little reveal. You see this funky little set? It's very fun. It's Owl. He's very cool, but he goes on top, and he fills in like that. But also, I've got more dices. Look at them. Look at the pretty dice. They're like shimmery little magic. I thought that they were good for represent a magic. So, I've got my 3 sets of dice ready. Yeah, there you go. I'm excited. So, I'll have these guys on the side for my secret rolling, my magic. And you guys can keep the green indivisible. Well, thank you for the follow, Captain Colby. Everybody drop your little dances. That's our tradition. We drop a little dance emotes whenever somebody joins us. Little dancey dance. I will say, Captain Colby, we are not typically a D&D stream. This is a one-off, but we enjoy it a lot. Okay, and then all these guys, I'm gonna pull down. Oh, my owl fell. I like when he sits up, because then you can see him better. You can just see him better. Do that look so silly? Okay. So like, if I'm rolling, that might be how I roll, and that was a 3. Little 3. And if you can't see that very well, well, check this out. We can do a zoom in. We do the big version, so we can double check. But yeah, that's how the dice are gonna work. And then final little show off bit. I got engaged to all of you. I didn't marry. You will not get half the flowers. Alright, so then I guess, ooh, wobble, sorry. We have the character cards. And Pudgy voluntold. I would like, if any of the rest of you would like to be shown, but we're going to show off Pudgy's before you can fully decide. Here we go. Alright, guys, no worries. We'll see you again. Alright, here we go. This is Pudgy's little card. We have on this little corner AC. That's for armor class. That's how tough it is to hit. So if I'm rolling as one of the monsters, I would have to roll, and 6 is much less than 13, so they didn't hit you. No matter, they can't try. But if it was above 13, if I rolled a 13, then whatever I was trying to hit you with, maybe a couple of d8s. I would roll the d8s. That's a 4 and a 4, so I would hit you with an 8. That's how that will go. HP 15. That's how much. Oh, another Dancy. Let's drop some more Dancies. The HP is how much health you have. So 8 damage would mean we'd subtract 8 from 15. You'd be down to 7. And that would be concern. So don't get attacked. But we've also got different skills down here. The little X and check mark boxes. Those are for if you get hurt real bad and you're about to die. That's something to worry about. A couple of D8. But Pudgy, you can see here, also has persuasion. Oh, I didn't add your little pluses. Oh, god damn it, I forgot a thing. I'm gonna have to double check that and scribble that in a minute. Those were supposed to say little pluses and minuses as addition. Let's pull that up on the computer. Oh lord, where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? Oh, this one will work. Hi, May! We're doing D&D for once. Pudgy. I have to find Pudgy. Oh, I didn't have to go far. It's plus 1s and then 2s. Okay, so plus 1. Plus 1. And then these ones is plus 2. And plus 2. Well, that's awful, but anyway, that's how that will look. And how that works for me, because of I did poor preparation stuff. This is a dexterity thing, the sleight of hand, so your dex is plus 1, but if you do sleight of hand specifically, it's a plus 2, plus 1, plus 3 in total. D&D is a lot of little maths. It's a lot of little maths. And I have not been paying attention to chat. I'm sorry, but thank you, May, for the hug. Alright, and then let's go ahead. Yeah, that's gonna be ready. This is the best part reveal. This is one of the surprises. If any of the rest of you are ready to show off your cards, I'd like to show them off, but we don't have to look them close. Here's the more important part. We're gonna show off some art. Okay, look. There's Pudgy Tater. Our lovely genderless plastic potato head toy. Here's Frigid Shuckwad, our shuckle lawyer. Okay. Now we have Turtle Boy. Don't get mad at me, okay? I went cleric. Here's Turtle Boy. That's definitely not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle underneath there. No, not at all. And Lahonk. You can guess what this is about to look like. Yeah, it's just a goose with a knife. And then finally we have Tetra. But Tetra, you're a big old dragon. That's pretty hard to fit on the little card. So we kind of had to go a different direction for a geometric dragon. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles found Grace. Oh my god, look at you! And you're purple. But it brings us to a very important next step. I'm gonna have all of you guys kind of on the corner. I'm gonna be able to see you. You're right off to the side. All your arts. I'm gonna show them off as we get around to you if needed. But this is a very important part. Scales. How big people's is. So if we've got a big old frickin' dragon and also a goose and a potato, that's some pretty difference in sizes. So here you go. Compared to that dragon, there's a little green goose. And this is a teensy tiny potato-ish height. That might be hard to see, but that's our little our itty bitty swan that we made way back. This tiny goose size. You can see in comparison, goose Goose only goes up so high. It's so tiny. And the people size, so Turt would reach about arm on dragon, I decided. A little bit taller. And then your heads might go up a bit. But there you go. And I'm going to have this... Can you stay right there, duck? Yeah, duck will hang out there. And potato size will be right there. And you can go over here, Tetra. And everybody else's art is over here. But if it's really hard to see the difference in duck, this is our ducky. That's a origami ducky. And this would be a people. That's the little potato people. It's real little. You can see the size. Yeah. That was a quick example on sizes. No, put those away. Alright. Yes, you have scales. You have scales. They're just not very visible on this example. Alright. So that's what we have here. And yes, I didn't draw on the back of your card because you're right there, but there is everybody. I'm very excited. Okay, don't need that. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have... Sorry, the wibbles! I'm gonna have you guys off to the side at the ready for if we have any... if we have any... attack issues that come up. But right now, this is where we're at. And I'll have you guys... Maybe I'll rotate through the arts. I'll try and show. Let's stack them up. You can get photos. Alright. That duck is 3 times the size of a dragon. It's not. It's not. Alright, with that, we're pretty well ready to go. We've got all our players. We're gonna get started. Is that just wild? I think that's wild. Okay. Well then, if I'm all caught up, we're gonna go. This is crazy. Alright. I got this. We got this, Raven. Oh my gosh. Oh yes, I had a particularly set up. Oh yeah, I forgot to say these things. Okay, so the little blurb I wrote for myself so I didn't forget things. Here's that. Emotes. Emotes are going to be used as equipment, action check kind of things. Yes, the pregame panic. Exactly. Okay, but basically the players have been prepped. Instead of a proper equipment list, they have their emotes. Yes. Emotes can only be used once every 5 minutes on stream, but multiple emotes can be used to make one check like that. And I will decide how I feel about it. So if I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. No, you can't bring that. No, that's not gonna work the way you think it is. I'll tell them what it is because I am the god of this world. He mwahaha. Not really, but you know that's how the DM is. But then players will be VIP, as you know, while the rest of you guys are gonna be in emote only. Thank you, lovely folks. I'll roll the dice. We've seen this. Yes, did that. There's a couple things I might roll off screen, but don't worry about it. And only once, so do not use it now. The players may use the roll chat command to re-roll any roll of theirs. So don't use it now. Hi, Millennial Echo. You're about to be in emote jail. So this is your very special re-roll. Do not use it yet. Save it for yourself. It's a very good little trick, players. Players will drop messages with what they want to do on each of their turns. So, like, in combat, I will very much be like, hey, frigid, and then punch, and then turtle, or whatever the initiative is. But it'll go in order if we're doing that. But I will ask for it when we enter combat. Otherwise, you can chat as you wish, whatever. And I'll just ask you to slow it down or shush if I need to take things one at a time because I'll get overwhelmed. We will be wrapping up playing at 5 p.m. EST, and the stream will end a bit after that, but we're going to do a just chatting right after so that we can say our favorite moments. I can yap about things we didn't get to, and the rest of you chat folks will be freed from jail for a prolonged time. We are planning on doing ad break yapping, but I cannot promise it 1,000%. You know, I might miss the ads. I might get very involved. We have given the mods alert emote so that they can yell at me, "Hey!" And I'll either say, "Skip it, we gotta finish the thing," or I'll do a quick break, and we'll do that. With all of that, it is time for us to begin. Oh, what have I done? It is time for us to begin. And so, I clicky. Things are slow. That's not good. That's not what I want. But we're going to go ahead and get started. Everyone gets one D20 reroll in the chat. Yes, but only one. And they have to use it very carefully. Yes. So you can use the chat command to reroll my players. But save it. It's only once. Alright, it's emotes only now officially. Yeah, no worries, Tetra. Alright. I'm also going to ask my lovely players to kind of introduce themselves while we focus on their art when we get to it. So you guys can introduce yourselves, but I'll also introduce you in a minute. Alright, here we go. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. Alright, everything's organized. They're organized. Alright, sorry everybody else, this is jail. Deal with it. Okay. Alright. Welcome. All my players have been hit with a magic spell. You are stuck. This is how you are entering the Emerald Lake. Someone has got you. And here we go. You wake up in a verdant cave. Like that one behind me. Sitting a few feet away from the water's edge. The sun shines through foliage, arching branches and vines to nurture flowers, moss, grass, and weeds. And then you see them. Glowing green amphibians. The glow is hard to see from the ones sitting in the sunshine, but the ones hiding in the shade or in the more covered area of the cave are very clearly glowing. Before you can say or do anything ridiculous, you hear the sound of hooves on stone. You look to see a woman with antlers walking up, glowing bright green eyes, matching a glowing heart-shaped pendant that sits in a dark halter-top neckline. She helps each of you up, at which point you naturally look at the ground as you get your footing. And now you see them. The hooves. She isn't hiding them under a long skirt, but your eyes naturally went to her face and ignored the other pieces before this. Now you understand. She is the hoof lady, dear woman, Raven. Okay, and so she says, "Welcome to Emerald Lake. No, you may not do a violence or a cannibalism at all on the Frogs, or me, or each other, for that matter. If you choose to attempt this, you will be booted. Back to other land, back to your normal human-y life. I don't expect La Bonk to last very long. And certain little birdies, including but not limited to birds, will help me keep y'all in line and take your place if you have to leave. Which reminds me that no matter what, your time here is limited. You will be booted back at end of stream. The spell only works for 3 hours. At 5 p.m. EST, you will go back with human life memories returned and faint memories of this adventure." Tweet from Dew on the Grass. No, you're not here. Any items from the forest must remain. Anything that's taken away will turn to paper, and then maybe even to ash upon return. And that being said, welcome. Check it out, our little cave lake life. Some parts are fully covered, more cozy, more moody vibes, mostly lit by frog glow and other unfortunately bioluminescent little things. Some spaces are out of the cave but still have lots of tree coverage, and some are in the old ruins. And who knows what you could find in the rest of the enchanted forest. You'll find frogs everywhere in the lake. Please be respectful. It is their home. All right. Have fun. Be safe. Don't go in my room. She leaves, melting into a shaded area. But wait, it's not dark enough for her to have disappeared like that. But she did. And there you go. Alright, players. I'm going to go through each of you. As you look around at each other, you see the other folks around you. You see a genderless plastic potato toy built for storage, deception, and trickery. You see a gentleman lawyer shuckle, looking kind of like a bug in a rock shell. And he's got a little bitty briefcase with him. It's heavy. He might not be able to carry it when he leaves. It doesn't seem to want to move. But, yeah. Then you see, oh, this is cool. A magic turtle, which is a turtle folk. It's a hard shell. And he's wearing these robes. Kind of looking monkly. It's not really a monk. But there you go. It's got two toes and stuff. There's little armbands that maybe remind you of certain mutant. Anyway. Then you see Long, a French Long goose. Though you could, you could guess that he is, a bit violent. You do think he's a friend. Good little goose bud. And finally, Tetrahedron, a magical geometric dragon. This image is origami, but it's like if this shape, but was not really paper, was big scales. Yeah. Just imagine this shape. Just because it's paper for now. No. Tetra. Turtle. Frigid. Okay. Alright, you're all here. Now, you may chat with each other. It's up to you guys now. Who wants to say stuff? Who wants to do stuff? You're looking at yourselves in the cave. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, this is a lovely time for that. You have faint memories of my streams, if you would like to go off that. Pudgy says, "Hello, I am Sir Pudginold of Tatersburg, a refined, gentle tater of dubious craft and background. I have no interest in eating frogs or anything for that matter. I am plastic." Thank you, Pudginold. Pudginold. I've given you a silly little hat, but there you go. Quack. Long, for these purposes, you may speak in English. Or French, I guess, but you may. Yes, we're gentlemen. Somewhere in there, you have a fancy mustache and fancy hat. So maybe that's what you're wearing right now. Does that goose have a knife? It does. The one gam, you're not supposed to be able to type there. Shush, shush, shush. Thank you for the resub. Let's drop some money, frogs. Separate from game there quickly. Do you want to tell us what that quack meant, Goose? Or did you just say quack? Quack? That's fair too. Okay, those. Frigid. Hi. I'm a lawyer. Look at me wrong? That's a lawsuit. Don't look at me? That's a lawsuit. Touch my waifu? Oh, you better believe that's a lawsuit. Goose says, honk. That sounds about right. Alright. Turt. Tetra. I'll let each of you say hi before I move forward, but it's up to you guys where you want to go, what you want to do. I'm concerned we've acquired an actual goose. Oh no, maybe we don't have the honk. Maybe we just have a regular normal goose. Uh-oh. right. Lahonk can speak as much as Lahonk wants to. Fire up the roaster. Hey, remember? No Edie the friends. Let's not make no joke. Even if it is normal goose. We'll assume is Pudgy. My brain. We'll assume is Lahonk. Ooh, I don't know what that emote is exactly, but boy oft turtles emote. I look at my reflection in the water. Wait, I'm a dragon? Like a real dragon? Yes, you are. You're a very cool dragon. Is there anything do you want us to show off? I can show off your cards so that we can see little bits about you, but not everything. You saw how Pudgy's was. We don't have what your actions or if you have spells, we can't see those things, just some of the little things about you. Well, you're a very sharp and flat dragon, says Pudgy. Were you not a dragon before, Mr. Dragon? I don't know if they were. Sounds like they're very surprised. Oh, Turtle says, hi. Turt, are you not able to chat? You are VIP. Well, was I? I can't seem to remember. Memory effect is true. Your memories are the little bit blurry. You don't seem to really remember your life before. You have vague memories of chat in Raven's stream, but that's about it. Yes, we are in emote only except for my players here right now, folks. Hi, cheese. I woke up naked and confused in Emerald Lake. Sounds like... I mean, are you naked? You're wearing a giant shell. I don't think you're naked. And I'm certain this is a first time, only time thing. Are you able to chat, Turt? Is there any issues? You are free to ever. I think, oh my, I was a person before too, and now I'm plastic and have this butt flap. Don't you like the little butt flap? I'm naked. This might be an improvement. Okay, didn't know you already gave all VIP. Didn't know how long be around, basically waiting on my brother to finally get here to start family dinner. Aha, okay. Alright, well, it is all yours, just introducing yourself at this point. I pick up a nearby frog and look at it, clearly fascinated by the glowing green eyes. Would you like to go see a frog? Before you can get to frog, are you looking for a specific frog? Just somebody that's close by? This is very important information. And yes, Turt, if you need someone to pop in for the whole thing for a little bit, just let us know. Tetra, what is your preference with trying to grab a frog? I was just looking at whatever frog happened to be nearest to me. Okay, here we go. This is a very important first little secret roll. You don't get to see my little roll. Okay. You see a very big, it would come up to you about your tummy, not as tall as a people, but taller than a goose. A very big frog. You want to find one that's similar to your size? Okay, we can get to that. But hold on. Is there delivery to the lake? I want pizza. There is not delivery to the lake. I'm sorry. But the big frog you might recognize as our good friend Kiru is there. That would be the closest one to you. So you probably would just have to hunch just a little bit to look into his eyes, Tetra. Love to participate. Rather not have us be in the middle of something that I vanished. Alright, Turt. Yeah, okay. I mean, you can say hi quickly with your lovely self. and then you can vanish. If there's anything you'd like to do, Tetra's just looking at a frog, and Pudgy's about to after that. But I will have to roll to see which one of the mods that's ready to go takes over. Just saying. Just saying. All right. In the meantime, who would be about your size that's nearby? Just pretty little. Yeah. Okay. I have who would be about your size, Pudgy. Not too far off. Just a little bit littler, actually, I think. Let me see. Oh. You got it, Fet. It'll be Fet up. There is no doodle for Fet. But we have little Fet emotes to know what Fet looks like with the owl. Well, we'll let Turt pop in first if Turt would like to have a little hello goodbye message. Actually, my brother just got here, so I already need to go. Okay, well then the lovely turtle that was here suddenly vanishes. Here we go. I have I have planned. I'm so slow though. Okay, suddenly there is a big swirl of colorful smoke that wraps around Turtle Boy, and you are sent back with only foggy memories of your adventure. You cannot slap the turtle. The turtle is already leaving. There's a slap command that's still on if you really want to, but the turtle's gonna leave. So colorful swirls, whoosh, 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 looking a lot like these dice, very colorfully. Whoosh, 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 all around, whoosh, 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 around Turtle, and in the turtle's place, there comes a Fetster. Fetster won the dice roll. In this case, Frigid has done the slap. This is a little bit of violence. It's an okay violence. But instead of slapping Turt, because you have popped up to slap just a little bit late, you have smacked Fetster. So you might be regretting your choices here in a second. It's all up to Fet. So out of this smoke, as you have slapped blindly into the smoke, pops out an owlin buddy, which is an owl person, humanoid. Very owl people. Big human size, gonna reach just above Tetra's arms. Height as a little shuckle. I'm guessing you smacked his leg, maybe his knee, and he looks down at you as he pops in. Fetster has arrived. Fetster can decide what to say and do. And thank you very much to our lovely Turt that had to leave. Sad to see you go, but thanks for joining us. I hope you enjoyed your very quick visit to Emerald Lake. Take care. Happy time zone. Enjoy your dinner. What was that for? Fetster yelling at you. I only just arrived and I'm already getting slapped. Looks like. I'm just making sure I highlight you. And unfortunately, unhighlight the Turtle Boy. I hope the dinner's great. Meantime, Pudgy was looking for somebody that was about your size. Well, a little bit of ways, but you can easily get over there, is one of the smaller frogs that you also recognize. It's Gamakichi. Right? That's the name. Double checking. Gamakichi. The frog that usually sits on one side of my antlers. The other side is Bert and Ernie. Log staring at Fet, scared. I'll sue Fetster for getting in my way. And I'll do it again. Well, Fet, what would you like to say to that? You've been threatened. It's all up to you what you would like to do. We've got all of the Fet info here, but I have also sent it to you, so you have that at the ready for anything you want to do. And players, I hope you have your little character cards. It would be good to have that up to keep track of what you're allowed to do easy. Can me and Lahonk be on the same team? I mean, it's up to Lahonk if he wants to be usable. Fetster flies up out of reach, which probably isn't very far considering he's only 2 feet tall. But Pudgy, we're going to turn over to Pudgy while this happens. You're the frog from Raven's Antlers. Do you know how to get into her room, little frog friend? Oh, no. Okay. Gamakichi's response, interrupting your question, is just, yo. The only thing I knew about Gamakichi, because someone said it was the orange frog from in Naruto, was that he says yo. And so that's all he says. Gamakichi just says yo, and then does ribbits. And it burps out a weird, green, shiny, not really like glowy, but shiny bubble that floats just a little bit above the both of you and pops with a little sparkle. You sit. The goose sits. Okay. Big ol' sweaty and wrestling chuckle. Yo! Exactly! Ooh, yes, the pretty burp. Pretty burp. Can I try to bribe Gamakichi with popcorn to get keys to Raven's room? Do you have popcorn? This is a very important step. I turn to the others. I don't think the frogs are gonna help. The frogs. Well, that guy wasn't gonna help, no. Tetra, were you doing anything with Kiru? You were looking at Kiru, the big frog. Probably the best frog for you to go look at because he's a big guy. Oh, Adon has a couple popcorn emote suggestion. Look like you got popcorn. We gotta see if the goose has popcorn. Alright. Yes, they seem a little strange and glowing. Good point, Owlboy. I suddenly got the image of, wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy, in my head? Okay. Oh, I'd like to head down to inspect the glowing frogs to determine the source of the glow. Oh, are you inspecting, are you? I'm gonna call that an investigation. Which you have a +2 and a +2. You have +4. You're gonna be very good at this. I'm not a frogologist, but I don't think frogs are supposed to glow. You're very right. Wow, you needed that +4. you got 8. You vaguely remember Raven saying stuff about being radioactive. That's what you have determined with your investigation, Fet. Alright, I'm gonna show you what's in this briefcase. Other than MREs and waifu pictures, Frigid pulls and3 greets. Frigid. But do you actually have that? Show me an emote. Give me an emote, my guy. Remember that this is how you have things. I need an emote that proves it. And even then, I might not allow it. I don't think I'm gonna allow you pointing gun at friends very easily either, as a warning. I'm just staring into the frog's glowing eyes. Little hypnotoad moment. He gives little burbles in his tummy, not quite a ribbit burp, but his, kind of like the hypnotoad. But yeah, I don't think so either, but I can't tell why. All you know is you've got that vague memory of, right, Raven had said a thing at one point. I walk to Tetra and remind that we have a mission. Okay, Tetra, you have a mission. Goose has not specified what kind of mission just yet, but apparently is mission. Frigid, somebody stole it. Oh, aw. You are now crying a big bunch of stuff. Are we crying? The shuckle is crying that supposedly someone stole their stuff. So no. Hi, Dubda. Thank you for those little. I like those little death hypes. I will gladly accept assistance. Would anyone? Oh, you can give helps. Oh, where is that? Where is that? Pudgies. I missed that. Can I give Fett help by also investigating the frogs with them? I will give you a separate investigate if you go look at another frog. So, Fett is looking at Kiru. You're looking at Gamakichi. You can look and try and investigate Gamakichi. I'll give you that. It was the honk. Pulls knife on the honk. Do you have knife? Hands Tetra a beer. Hands. Oh, do you have beer? Show me those emotes. We're in the first of the while. They reset every 5 minutes. You're gonna be able to. Okay. You attack a honk. What? Okay, you gotta give me some specifics. Is all. Pull up the little things, and you got that. I peck frigid in the water. And do you also pull out a little suit for yourself? Are you going to look for very professionals? Oh, you have beer. You have beer, frigid. You have beer. Interesting. Just let's get if the honk is gonna do a beer. Gotta have that ready. You say you peck frigid in the water. Is frigid in the water? What's going on? I'm gonna have to ask that we slow down and make sure that when we do an attack of some sort, we have that ready. We know where we are. Right now, my understanding is we're all around the water edge looking at the frogs. None of them are in the water right now. Okay, you've got a little knife and you're trying to attack Lahonk. This is your friend, Frigid. This is a friendly. This is a friend that you are planning to attack. Oh. Okay, so Tetra has said that okay, there is beer, but we have dropped beer. I like that. The honk. I'm gonna count that as you use it an emote, and so now we have dropped the beer. Oh, now you're crying. No. Okay. Frigid, please consider. Yeah. Oh, okay. Then you don't attack. Mr. Owl, should we be concerned about them? Which them, Pudgy? The frogs? Tetra not having usable hands yet, not suited yet to them. I think we may need to break this up. Frigid has stopped attack. Frigid was looking for weapons, as far as I'm aware, and could not find or decided against them. Put them back in briefcase. And the poor beer has dropped to the ground and spilled out. I'm gonna say that it was not glass because we're by the water with a bunch of poor gentle frogs. But it's definitely sploosh. I'm having flashbacks. I remember Lahonk is cool. Ooh. Lahonk, is this you trying to investigate the frogs? I'm gonna count that as one. And Pudgy, did you want to roll? I said it and then we got distracted. I'm gonna count both of you guys as wanting to roll. I'm gonna say that Lahonk is helping Pudgy, so I'm gonna give you a plus D4 for help. And I'm gonna roll Pudgy's. So let's look at Pudgy's investigate. Pudgy has no investigate. So Pudgy needs that help. Okay. Yes, you're on standby to attack anyone who attacks. That's good. Did want to roll distinct investigation. Okay. Your intelligence is +3 though, so that's a good side. Let's go. Here we go. A 19 plus your help. +2. My goodness. Okay, Pudgy has managed to roll very well. While Tetra is looking down at the beer. I guess the frogs are getting a drink. True. Alright, so we're going to pause for a moment, my chatty players, just while we hear what Pudgy has found. Alright, so Pudgy, you're looking at Gamakichi, and you have found... Oh, This is from the story. I know how this goes. You got turned into this because you were exposed to magically radioactive water. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Don't touch the water! You hear yourself yelling in your head. That's what this was. It turns you into water. But this frog used to be orange. You can see just in a couple of spots where the green is maybe a bit splotchy and it's orange underneath. Shush, everyone, I'm remembering. I'm going to count that as a very effective shush. A very librarian effective shush. You can see the little bits of orange, and the yo seems to make sense to you. This is indeed that frog from Naruto. This is Yamakichi. Must have found his way to the water and got radioactive. Pudgy says, everyone, don't touch the water. I'm sure it's fine. Maybe. Possibly. Tetra. Lahong talks to Pudgy, but wouldn't you need proof? How about we let Tetra rest in the water? Tetra is big. Tetra is very big. This is an interesting suggestion. The other part you might remember is that Raven was trying to clean up the water. We have not investigated the water. We have investigated the frog. All right. What else? What else do we think? You have been released from Shush, I think. You have been told, don't touch the water. After Pudgy has remembered everything. OMG, and should check the water too. I would like to cast Detect Magic and see if the water is magical. That is using a magic. Let's go look over here. Scrolling down to... Sorry, the mods are a little bit lower than the players. I gotta find you. Wrong one. Okay, there you go. You have 2 slots for Detect Magic. I click 1. For 10 minutes, you can sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself. 1 action to see a faint aura around the source. It will be blocked if surrounded by 1 foot of stone, dirt, or wood, 1 inch of metal, or a thin sheet of lead. So here we go. Casting Detect Magic. Whoosh, 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 ah. Across the water. You don't really see anything. It doesn't have a glow before. You might see little tiny bits of glow inside. A couple of spots. But you really just see it in the sand. A little silt at the very edge of the water. A little spot. And you see it in the frogs. You see the frogs start to glow a layer of blue instead of the green like it used to do. So it's a bit more bluey. Along with that, the air is kind of sparkly. Why is the air sparkly? But there you go. You see in the big old tunnel behind me, all of that. The sun shines its own thing. But yeah, there's little sparklies. Are you going to look around while you're looking for it, or are you just looking at the water? You're looking for a new frog? Okay, Lahonk. Let's see. Let's roll for another frog. So we've seen Gamakichi and Kiru. We've talked to them. Pudgy's gonna smack the water. Okay, then a big old splash from your little bitty hand sprays out and you get a little bit of water on your face. You do not start to glow extra. If Fetster is looking at you, you're not glowing any extra. You're just yourself. So that's that. All right. Here we go. You're looking for another frog. All right. Okay. All right. Water first, but then the nearby frogs, then the surrounding area. Okay, then you've looked at that. You're looking at the nearby frogs. That's about when Pudgy smacks it. And you stand up, Pudgy, you give Fet a thumbs up. Fet sees you're not sparkling at that point, but the water seemed to get a little bit sparkly for a second and then stop. When you hit it, it seemed like it got agitated. And then the sand at the edge, it's kind of like how there's sometimes a little bit of a sparkle in concrete where there's just like a little speck every once in a while. It's like a little bit here, a little bit there. Just when you move a little bit, it's not very much, but there's like a little tiny bit. Meanwhile, Lahonk has found another frog. So, Lahonk, I currently have no info on this frog. You just see a frog you don't know. Oh, if your emotes are trying to be somebody, can you tell me what they're trying to be? If Frigid is being awkward by the side, congrats, you did it. You say, okay, you want to name him Goldberg? How do you tell this frog that? How would you like to tell that frog that? Remember, anyone who attacks the honk has to fight me too. Yes, I do remember, but don't worry, these are friends. Ooh, you're taking notes? I take that as Fetster pulls out a little notepad and notes everything is discovering down. Like the investigator he is. Very, very important. Very, very important. I will say, Fet jumped in, got smacked, didn't even really got to introduce himself, just got straight down to doing stuff. So I like it, but okay. Lahonk, if you're talking to Frog, let me know. If you're just telling us in chat, it's a different thing. Do you say it out loud to everybody? Hiya, Frog, I shall grant you the name Goldberg. Okay, then in response, the little frog, let's go in here. The little frog says Goldberg. Very similar to how you said it, but with just a little bit of a, kind of like a robot did. It's like if you went through one of those toys that repeat a voice. It sounds very weird. The frog then ribbits, and it sounds like Rit-bit. Also, kind of like another frog ribbited, but then it went through one of those little garbled machines that goes, repeats. And it sounds a bit funny. Pasted together ribbits. And you dance with your new friend? Aw, that's sweet. That's very sweet. So you guys can dance. He'll copy you. Goldberg is very, very repetitive. What you do, will do back. But with that, a very interesting thing just happened. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a block of cheese appears. Directly in front of you, Lahonk. You have one cheese. Congrats, you have a cheese. Can't attack Raven for choosing a bad You may not. I'm not even there anymore. Okay, Lahonk, you look at the groups and you say, "How did this appear?" Okay, we've been. What? How did this cheese get here? What is this cheese? There is cheese. Tater, I think you should eat it. Well, okay. I guess you've been suggested by a potato to eat it. Fetster flies over to Lahonk. Okay, you've flown over. Success. Is the cheese magical? You do not see any magic from the cheese. It's like there was a sparkle that's slowly disappearing around it. So maybe something magical put it there. It did just appear. Lahonk did just say, "How did this appear?" It did just pff. So all you see, it's disappeared, the little glow. It's tainted. I move we destroy the cheese. Lahonk, if you say so, and eats cheese. Tetra, I go back to the frog I was observing before. And what of you? Do you do anything? Kiru makes a big yawn. And then starts to walk on all fours, as not frogs usually do. And has a little bit of a junk in the trunk, big wobble, but he's wobbling away. Probably gonna go nap. He did make a big yawn. As maybe you gotta shake it. The frog butt? Do you mean the cheese? Because it sounds like LaHonk has eaten the cheese. You salute the big frog over there, fanboy lady. He's a big frog. He's just giant. I mean, we've got one frog that's bigger, that's smaller than the potato, and then we've got another frog that's like that big. Does anything happen to you? You enjoy cheese. You're very suspicious. When you taste the cheese, it tastes like a very nice cheese, well aged, very nummy. That's it. Everything you're thinking is just cheese. It's a very nummy cheese. I don't know what to tell you. This cheese, it reminds me of Violet, that witch from the forest. Ooh, that's a very interesting thing. Maybe she is involved here. Maybe she is. This is, in fact, an adventure in me, Raven's place. And our places, they're not far. If I dance with the Frau, does the cheese appear up for me too? No. You may dance all you would wish. And this Frau absolutely repeats. Are you saying out loud, if I dance with the Frau, does the cheese appear for me too? Maybe I shouldn't have eaten the cheese. I'm gonna say, LaHonk, you've said that out loud. And your Frau friend repeats, maybe cheese. In a very weird robot repeaty way. I watched the Frog walk off. Understandable. Yes, Tetra is EP giant frog. Gang, I can't help it but remember Raven telling us to stay out of her room, which makes me think we should find a room. Oh no. Okay. Frigid says no. All right. But I must have missed that. Perhaps that was before I appeared and got slapped. Yes. 'Twas before that. I'm the guard. Frigid says no. Okay. When you say no, again, the frog that has been dancing with LaHonk and Fat says no in a weird, again, robot repeaty way. I walk away to find Raven's room. Okay, where are you walking away from? Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna show you a version of this photo where I'm not here. How about that? Okay. Well, that's not that. Okay, I'm out of the way. Where are you going? Anyone who wants through to her room has to go through me. So aside from the frogs and water, what else is around us? Have we looked around? Very good point. Since someone is trying to walk away and I'm asking where, this is what you see behind the area. There are bits of water you can see. In little spots, but that's not a big area of water. It's just a little bit. Oh, thank you for hydrate. I'm gonna say we're pausing for a minute for me to describe stuffs. So I'll get to your actions that you're trying to take in a minute. Come on, thingy. Okay. If you're looking around, the cave corridors, this big hall here, vary in size and shape. One consistency is rock walls, spotty sunlight peeking through, as you see, lots of greenery, and inconsistent floor level. Where the corridor dips below water level, little ponds, creeks grow, but never more than a foot high. Watch your step, it's slippery there. The corridor connecting to the spot where you woke up is wide open, and you can see directly ahead for a long time. Tetra, since you have asked, I'm going to have you roll perception. All right. Let's look at this. We have no perception options or others. This is your perception. It's a +4. Okay. Oh, you don't have to roll. Your base perception is enough. Here we go. This is a wide enough for multiple carts kind of corridor, like 2 or 3 lane cart corridor. So it's safe to say that this has been a central thoroughfare, but not for frog travel. It's been connected to people things, at least at some point. Would you like to continue looking around? I see we have people kind of walking around in the hall, blocking the way, but it's a very big hallway. So if you're walking away and trying to block each other, you can block a little bit. But yeah. Frigid, you seem to say that you want to attack. I'm going to say again that attacks are specific, but these are our friends. Even if they're trying to go someplace you don't want them to. What would you like to do? It's a big old corridor. I would like to look for signs of a path that's been walked on recently. I'll say it's fairly difficult to see much through water and mossiness. Generally, if you would like to do a proper investigate, we can do that. Hi, Tsukiyomi. We're going to do a proper investigation. You have the +2 and the 2. Total 4. You poor cry. Alright. Here we go. You got 22. Alright. With that 18 there, I should probably come back in, shouldn't I? Hold on. Yeah, I'm back. Alright. Oh, I'm not little. I must guard the honor of the dear lady in a private room. Alright. So Fett is looking around. You're seeing lots of little splotches where lots of stuff is gone, but the most visible track is Kiru's butt headed out. Let me look at this. I gotta prep all the right stuff as I move around. You can see where Kiru was going. Kiru was going toward the bigger lake area-ish. It's another walled off cave, but there's a bigger area of water. And then... Oh no, wait, where would Kiru go? Oh yes, okay. And then Kiru disappeared. You don't know where Kiru went. Kiru was here. You can see the trail. It goes straight to a wall. What is going on? Lahonk says would like to fly if anything seems out of the ordinary. Okay, Lahonk, which direction are you flying? There's the one direction where Kiru went, and then there's the direction that's behind me. And it's a big corridor. If you keep flying, you can keep looking around. But yeah. Hi! Look over here. I see some tracks headed toward the larger lake. It's just the corridor. You can see the little pond directly behind me. Under my... And then there's versus the bigger pond spot where you woke up facing. I would like to use my superior speed to dodge Frigid's attack and move past him, moving up with Fett. Perfect. Okay, so you're moving Kiru direction. You've just got a little area to work with. Then there's the wall. Okay, bye. Then there's the little wall, and you can't really see anything. It's big cave wall. Your flight shows you what you've been seeing, but from a slightly higher spot. Pudgy, you're moving up with Fett, and Fett. Someone should tell Tetra that we're leaving. Tetra. Fett, you're looking at tracks headed towards the larger lake. Is the bigger spot, and then his little tracks hit a wall. You can see that it hits a wall. Would you like to look at wall? Would you like to look at the water there? You have investigated its sparkliness. I'd say, how long was that spell lasting? How long does that go? For 10 minutes. You're not quite out of that, I'm gonna say. Sir Pudgenold, what do you make of this? Points at the wall where tracks stop. You have pointed very well. Thank you for the point. Okay, Pudgy, what do you see? What do your little eyes see? And also, Tetra, do you notice that they are leaving? Are you joining them? Mildly worried Tetra will be left behind just just staring out. Oh. Same. I'm also going to head over towards the wall they are looking at. Okay, cool. And you giggle, you giggle. I like to investigate the ground for any sides of the wall opening as if a secret door. When you look at the ground where the wall is, your little shape, you are very small, and with your natural perception, you can see that there is a small pathway, only just big enough for Kiru. Literally, he must have squeezed in here. It's dark. It's kind of hard to notice with the darkness of the wall, but you can tell. It's totally a Kiru-sized, barely Kiru-sized, frog hole. For you, you can fit through fine. Tetra, not in hell. You can fit in absolutely. You don't even have to investigate properly. The problems is, yeah, you fit, I would say, what you can tell is Shuckle and Goose fit, but Fet also wouldn't fit. Would have to scrunch in and might get stuck if tried, but would have to scrunch if anything. Gang, I found a hole. I'll go look inside. And Goose follows. Let us know what you see in there. Puts head against the floor to attempt to look inside the hole. Tetra, you can see through the hole. Your head could probably get in a little ways just fine, but your big neck extends out to the arms and the stuffs. You'll get stuck eventually. Okay, so Lahonk and Pudgy are going in. Okay, let me know if anybody else is trying to go through, but for just those two, get out of the way, I'm walking here. You have been slapped, Tetra. If this is an ouchie, if this makes you upset, you get to say something about it. But as far as I'm aware, it's just like Fet's little slap. It's just a little slap. Just a get out of my way. So Goose and Potato leading, can head down this little hall. How far are you going to walk? The description I gave earlier about the little corridors pretty much stands, but basically it's a darker... what a rude little goose. Accurate. It's a darker, smaller hallway with the water coming up to, it's a few inches. There's a couple spots, Pudgy, where you can see even just a little bit in that you're going to have to, be careful about it. You're going to have to step on rocks or just go ahead and get wet. But there's water spots. So you have to keep that in mind. And then as you keep moving, it's pretty dark, but you can just see by little tiny bits of glow. And you're like, what would that be? I would like to cast dancing lights to see and better navigate the hole. Okay, so you cast your dancing lights. I gotta go back. Where is the dancing lights? Hold on while I cast this spell so you can see if you are pushing. No, here. Dancing lights. You create 4 torch-sized lights. That's the size of you, Pudgy. Within range that hover the air for 10 minutes. You can also combine the 4 lights into one glowing, vaguely humanoid form. I'm guessing you're sending them out as a few. I use one of my lights to chase the honk into the water as well. Okay, so I'm going to do order of events here. Pudgy sends out the lights. Pew! There's 4 of them that line up. They space out for each a few feet away each time. They're a little bit out of range. And then one of them circles back after the honk pushes you into the water. And it chases the honk, and the honk gets pushed, and it's very speedy. So it's gonna have to. We're gonna have to roll a dice about it to see if he actually gets it. I'm gonna call that. What kind of attack am I gonna call that? Ooh, this is an interesting one. How about we just call it a sleight of hand attack from your spell? Because it's a move and dexterity of the lights. It's gonna mechanically work similarly. Alright? I'm gonna roll. 2 plus 2 plus 1. 6. You are able to dodge the lights. You don't have to use Unbound at all. You are able to dodge the lights. The lights did not do much. Oh, no, wait. Actually, I should have you roll your dex. Let's see what's your dex to see if you can avoid. You gotta get better than a 6. Yeah, you got way better than a 6. You're fine. You're fine. You avoid the light, and it comes around, and it nearly hits Pudgy, but it was going after you, so it's a little taller than Pudgy. It goes over Pudgy's head, especially since Pudgy has landed in the water. So, but you had seen little glowy things on the walls, and now you just see the dancing lights. Those light up everything really easy, clear. As you're walking, I'm going to assume you just keep walking after this unless you tell me. Let me know how long. You begrudgingly trudge through the water, following the lights. I see the lights and hear a splash and wonder to myself, what the heck's going on inside that hole? You can't poke your head in. I'll say they didn't get all that far. But before you can get very far, Pudgy. As you splashed into the water and got up, and the honk honks loudly, suddenly, we have a new arrival as Dew on the Grass is summoned out of the water. See, you have very aggressively hit this little pond, and you are small, so it fully got you drenched. Pudgy, you have summoned our friend that is made of water. So now we have to deal with that. Dew, you have been summoned. Splish splash. You have popped up. Let me introduce you. There's no swirl. Instead, drops from the splash pull together and form a people shape. And slowly the people shape takes form. You see a lake naiad form together and become a person. But in this teeny little hallway, you're pretty squashed. So your water breaks and you turn into a small you. Okay, so there's a little baby you. You say, and who disturbs my slumber? It would be the goose. How does the goose respond to this? Goose, do you have anything to say for yourself? Who disturbs myself? You say, run. Pudgy, run. Points at Goose. Okay, so it doesn't run. You stab the water. You're gonna pull out a knife and stab the water? Is water. Is your friend. Are you sure you want to stab the person you recognize as Dew on the Grass? But before you can even pull out your blade, I'm going to roll a very important roll here. Oh, I don't want those guys. I want this one. I want this one. Okay, we're rolling a D100, folks, which means I roll these 2 10s and I have to do math. Okay. You rolled 99. I gotta scroll all the way down. Damn it. Okay. Out of the other bits of splash, water produces a wooden box with a ceramic bottom that holds a living worm with a head on each end of its body. You have a teeny tiny wooden box with a tinier worm that has 2 heads, kind of like cat dog, but is worm. You have a worm. You have a double-headed worm. Ew! Do you vomit, Goose? I don't know if geese can vomit. You say, ew! The little worm goes, sad. Both faces look very sad. You're disappointed. I'm assuming you've opened your box to see this, to say ew. So which point? He says, ew. Can I put the box in my ass of holding for now? Yes. Oh, yes. Since Lahonk has handed it over, I was going to say yes if Pudgy, or if Lahonk would like to give it. Well, well met, young waterfowl. Don't you puke here. Yes, do. You have chastised for going here to puke. All right, do. Even in your small form, you do kind of block the path for them to go by. You can absolutely yell at him for that. Did you find a new friend in there? Yes, you folks at the other end of the tunnel, you can overhear things. I'll say, Fet, you recognize the voice of your other lake protector, Dew on the grass, and you know that it is Dew. You can hear that. Pudgy says, unclear! But you know his friend. Unclear! Pudgy is panic. Pudgy is panic. Also, yeah, Dew is here now, so we have Dew info. There you go. Ah, yes, with my keen hearing, I can recognize Dew. Lahonk yells that Pudgy has made a water person appear. Aha. Okay, so, Fet, do you say out loud that with your keen hearing you can recognize Dew? Oh, Dew hears you, so Dew says, Fet, have you brought these strange interlopers? I call back, that sounds like Dew. That's a friend. Okay, perfect. And now Dew has asked you a question, and so I think Dew can make the interpretation, but you can yell back if you'd like again. We've got a weird freaking box that's now in Pudgy's ass, which, by the way, was too big to fit in the ass. But then, as you started to put it up to it, it just sucked it in. Your ass somehow holds a much bigger than you box. How did it do that? I didn't bring them here, but they're here with me. And Lahonk is looking very suspicious. Well, with that sus little face, are you trying to investigate? Pudgy, I think Raven brought us. Which is accurate. Dew, you will have been warned that, yes, Raven is inviting the silly friends, and they will be here for a little while. Be prepared. Lahonk says, indeed. And you have no reason to not believe them. But there you go, Dew. You have them here blocking the path. What would you like to do? Would you like to let them on their way? Would you like to go find Fet? Would you like to mess with them a little bit? Keep Pudgy on Pudgy's toes? Because they seem to be very panicked. What would you like to do? You can do whatever you'd like. As a small plastic potato, I'm just floating in the water. You are. Well, you did have that giant box that went in. So that's probably taken up some weight, but it doesn't really move you. It's like it didn't happen. But when it was going in, you did get pushed under the water just a little bit more. Right now you are. You're very much just floating at this point. You're like hanging out, but you're panicking, so maybe you're splashing around. Maybe you're making a mess. So, whatever you like. But what would you guys like to do? Dew has not said, yes, you're chill yet. So you seem to still be in hot water just a little bit. I'm excited for the response. Will Dew let you pass? Will Dew make you panic? What's good? What's good? Oh, I'm excited. Okay. Am I in your body? I'm so sorry. I will rotate Pudgy upright. Does that mean you'll put them on a little rock? I assume put them on a rock maybe. That keeps them upright because they're gonna float anyways. But maybe their toes are still in the water. Perhaps those funny little shoes. See the funny shoes. All right, you've been set up right. You're good to go. Now what brings you all here? Yes. We say Raven, but why are you here in this little hall? What would you like to say? I don't know. Aww. Pudgy is only adding to the water in the hallway with tears. Wouldn't you like to know? We followed one of the frogs in here, Fetster yells. And you being the spirit of the water, you do know that Kiru just splashed through here not long ago. Maybe a smaller frog would have hopped along and not gone in the water, but Kiru's big, and Kiru went splashing through. You pounds, Yumi. Do you know that that's what happened? I'm just seeing. Was Kiru heading anywhere in particular important? Kiru was headed to the room behind this one, and the other ones don't know this. Shh, you didn't hear this. He was headed to the room behind this one to go nap. Was gonna find a good spot back there. Decided that this area was getting too loud with these new people. You seem to be on a mission, Pudgy says, but Lahonk says nope. I think Du was just asking me. I will say if we want to clarify what is being said out loud to everybody versus what's said to me, quotation marks might be helpful, but I'll assume either way. I believe our Kiru is indisposed at the moment. Okay, I'm going to assume you say that because they followed one of the frogs in here. You'll say, I believe our Kiru is indisposed at the moment. You'd like to protect his nap area. Thank you for that. Be nice to the frog. Sweet. Goose, like, dead? Oh no! Did you kill him? They both think he's dead. He's not. But you both think he's dead. He's so silly. Merely asleep of their own volition. I can see how a group like yours would tire someone out. Ooh. And Tetra would probably attest to this if could hear way back there, cause knew Kiru was getting yawny and headed to bed-ish. Pudgy, you pout. I use vicious mockery. You're attacking with vicious mockery? Do you want to attack your friend, Lahonk? Or would you like to shout somewhere? Are you really attacking? Yawns and lies down outside the hole myself. Oh, Tetra's getting tired and bored. Tetra lays down. I'm gonna say you can go ahead and do that. Oh, and Fet tucks you in. With that, Fet produces a soft purple blanket and a pillow to tuck Tetra into Eep outside the little cave opening. Aww. Tetra's tail sticks out and gets in the water a little bit, but if you curl it up, it'll fit under the blanket, okay? Ask Pudgy if I should. Okay. No, Goose. I think friend. Looks at Du. Okay. Pudgy said. So I'm gonna have Lahonk gets ready, just like rubs wings together. And then, nope. Stop. The potato says, stop. Vicious mockery. Friend. Whispers, he won't let us pass. You haven't even asked, you silly goose. You haven't even asked. All right. What are we doing? Do we have any ideas? I'll say, with the whispers, he won't let us pass. If you're trying to do a do doesn't hear you thing, we're gonna have to roll for it, because assumedly do kind of hears it. Water person, can we just slip past you real quick? Is there anywhere I know they should head from here? You know that there is a room behind you, and that is where Kiru is going to eat. And so it's not awful for them to go there. You would know the layout if you want to ask them where they're headed. Clink, clink. But since they are asking to just get past you, you might be like, okay, but Kiru wanted to nap, because you do know that. But, whatever you would like to tell them about where is behind, you just know that it's another room. There are more frogs. Kiru wanted to go there to get away, but we maybe kind of want to just want to see in Raven's room. I check if there's a place with no water. Oh, okay. All right, do you say, you may pass, but do not disturb the frogs. And then they ask, we maybe kind of want to just see in Raven's room. At this, you know that Raven does not want people to go into her room, and you don't really know where it is. But you know it's not an easy place for them to get to at this point anyway. And Lahong is asking if there's a place with no water. You know that if they go back to the hallway they were just at, and they follow it all the way down the corridor, they'll get away from water. So you can tell them any of those infos if you'd like. Slaps Pudgy, you idiot. So mean. Looks like Pudgy avoided it since the bot didn't let that land. Pudgy's too small, too speedy to get slapped. Pudgy's zooming around. Can't catch me. Silly little potato. If my detect magic hasn't worn off yet, does the area around the wall here seem magical? I'll say that it was still running when you looked at it, but when you're looking at it right now, specifically that spot was not magical. No. So when you went to go looking around, it was all clear. Don't listen to the dear woman on the keyboard. It's irrelevant. Okay, so you take notes. Yes. Since that there isn't much else in this hole, I climb back out of the hole, climbing over Tetra's head as I exit. Okay, so Pudgy just zooms away, and the honk walks past Do and heads towards the frog's restroom. Oh no, they've split up. Do, I will let you stick around to go ahead and say, oh, okay. We'll say that you have given these instructions and these two follow these instructions separately without talking to each other. So you say, follow the corridor that way, you will reach Kiru's room. You've already found the exit behind you. Behave, and all will be well. I recede into the water. Okay, so Do has popped away, receded back into the water. I'll say you can yell at them when they split up if you feel like it, but that is you. Thank you, Do! Everybody clap for Do. A quick visit. I don't respond to Pudgy climbing over my head and keep lying down. Oh, thank you for the clap for Do. I search for Raven's room. So you're on your way into Kiru's room, which is what Do has said, to the frog rest room, looking for my room. Interesting. I'm going to say you walk in, and I'll just skip the description because you're already thinking about the other stuff. So we're going to roll for investigation to see how you do. I whisper to Tetra and Fet as I exit, don't drink the water. It's people. It's a good idea, buddy. Okay, so you've got a 16. Magoose. Your investigation is a +3, but it's also a -2 because you're not very smart. So what that means is you only get a +1. It's a 17. But that is still a 17. It's pretty good. So what you do And Tetra is very freaked out. Fetster is very freaked out. You already know this a little bit because you know too, but that is very um well, Honk, as you have continued on the path, you don't get too much farther before you reach a big room and you look around and you can tell it is not Raven's room. There you go. Kiru is there. It is Kiru's room. I never thought about that like that before. It's a very fair point. But yes, the Honk, that is wrong. Opens an eye, curiously unsure what Pudgy is talking about. You walk into the room. Alright, you have entered the room. Here we go. So most of you are still in this area, but for our lovely Goose, we're now in this area. And, woo! Oopses. Ah! Ignore that. Ignore that. This is what we normally see. Except, ignore the one Frau. Gamakichi is not here. And... Right? Oh, no, wait. I think you're also missing another. But the idea is that this is where you usually see Kiru on his big rock. This is his big rock room. Yeah, you're also missing others. But that's kind of, you see, that's usually his big rock area. That's his space. If I removes... Yeah. See? Big rock space. There you go. This is that room. Here we are. I forgot. I gotta go back to the right thing. Oops. Okay, here it is. A pocket hideaway by the water. The vines above twinkle slightly as water drips from them. The water along the corridor floor eases and gives way to a rocky corner where you find yourself now. The foliage layers above the cave leave the space bluish gray and dreary in a way. 10 frogs hide here in cozy cuddles and sad puddles, along with Kiru, who has found his big rock. I wonder if I could get Tetra in here. It's funny how you just ran away from somebody that knew the whole map. So, here you are. You've got this space. There's 11 now, frogs, because Kiru has run in here. But there is a corridor, just like I kind of described. One direction. You've come in at a funny angle, though, in a little secret passage sort of space. And there's not much of a pond area. There's not really a lake spot. But there's water dips and flows, just like in the little hallways, in the big corridor. And now you're here. If you point the way I'm pointing, you see a big wall. If you look behind me, there's the rest of the corridors. So you can go back there into longer hallway. But now you also have perpendicular to that sort of corridor hallway is the little nook that you popped out of. So there you go. You got your little secret nook. Is there anything anybody would like to do? Tetra is a little confused about stuffs. Pudgy's talking about people being in the water. And you will walk back to the group to tell my findings. Okay. It takes you a minute, but you get back there. And you say, hey, there's a room where the frogs is. It's the moody room. It's where Kiru's big rock is. And yeah. He leans down to whispers into Tetra's ear. I have a two-headed worm in my butt. I'll say you don't really lean down to say that, but you do. You do say that. My goodness. Remember, Tetra's head is bigger than you are, I think. Fudgy. And their ears are big pointy uppy ears, kind of like a kitty's. You see the big pointy uppy ears, little horns. They're in there. Fenster laughs the butt off. I have a two-headed worm in my butt. Tetra's like, the fuck? Don't lean down, lest you lose the worm from its storage. That's a spoopy insight that comes from the ghost of the water that gave you this. Can I do an insight check to see if Sir Reginald is telling the truth? You may indeed. Your insight is +1, and your wisdom is already 3. So here you go. You've got an 18. You know it's true. And then Pudgy says, "Do you want to see it?" Lahonk looks at Fett like, ugh. I don't know. You're a very wise friend. I'm good. Thanks, though. All right, folks. So you have been told by Dew that the exit is back the way you came. And you know that there's a solid rock wall on one side. And you've looked in this little corridor. What would you like to do? Funny poo joke. Goes down the corridor. Yes, the ghost of the water just kind of says stuff, I guess. Funny poo joke. I'll say only Pudgy and Lahonk can hear it. Because it's just the ghost of you. And you only talk to those two directly. Fetster and Tetra overheard. And Frigid has been very quiet. I think we maybe need to go the other way and abandon the search for Raven's room. Okay, it's been proposed to just leave. Just give up on the room. Lahonk says lead the way. Fett says that seems wise. Tetra, may I ride on your head? Rest my tiny legs. Aw. Fett, let's explore the other direction. All right. Frigid, do you vote? Are you gonna go along with this? You're the one out of the... I have Tetra and Frigid. We're waiting on a quick response. In a few minutes, we're going to do an ad break. So maybe once we get up with a yawn, you stand up. Do you allow Pudgy on your head? I think Frigid has disappeared. What? Has Frigid disappeared? If Frigid has vamoosed, we might have a quick pop-in. You look around for Frigid. Okay. We do a quick search for the Frigid. Frigid, tell us if we find you. Alright, I do think an ad break will be good because we're going to run into one. And we can open up the chat when we do that. But I'll give it a moment while we wait for Frigid. Anybody? I hope nothing's happened to like Wi-Fi or something. You may not fit on my head, but I could carry you, Sir Reginald. Yeah, it's a little bit more of a wobbly time if you go on the owl head, but it's usually a big, wide head with owls, isn't it? I'd say it would have to grab onto the feathers for stability. the Pudgy would have fit very well between the ears of the tetrahedral dragon, you know. And they would have been perfect little handles, pointy little ears. Yes, please, I wish to fly. Okay, so we're hopping on Fetster's head. My Wi-Fi was being stupid. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Welcome back in, Frigid. We discovered the other room, but is just filled with other frogs. And when Lahonk got back from that, said, yeah, maybe we should just leave. It's windy there, so Wi-Fi is being dumb. Oh, okay. All right. Well, now we are looking at headed the other direction to explore. So we're looking through the corridor. Should be back at scene 1. This is where we should be. So, that is where everybody is, and we're looking at going down the hallway behind me there. So, if everybody's ready, we're going to try and go for that if you would like to follow along. But what would you like to do? I'm going to move to investigate a hole I found in the wall. You found another hole? Well, I don't know. Where are you looking at the hole that they went through? Because they did go through a hole. We can investigate. But if there's a hole... Help, a spider frog attacked me. Aww. There are little tiny frogs, but was it a frog or a spider? Save me, brethren. It sounds a little bit like a story a shuckle would make up, but it's a fun little story. So does that mean you run over to them, or are you waiting for them to come and get you? I fly off into the air with Pudgy to survey things from the air. Goes to peck. Are you gonna peck what is supposedly there? I mean, it's fair for you to attack. Spider frog does whatever a spider frog does. Both. They had a love child. I'll have you know, I will be creating this world here, but I think it is so fun that the idea. I'll say what you have found is a spider that got turned into a frog. So it is a frog, but it is living in spider ways. It is in its webby area, little tiny nook, not really a hole, but a little nook in the wall. And it is a frog, but it was a spider. You can tell it's hiding in spider area, and that's why you maybe thought that it was a spider. What are they eating? I don't think they're eating. I think the frog jumped onto Frigid. It wouldn't be fighting you. It would have jumped to see you, but then it's gonna run away. Spins a frog, any frog, catches thieves just like a frog. Look out, here comes the spider frog. Your briefcase was very tough to pick up. If you want to try and pick that up, we can talk about that. But it has jumped away from you. It's just a little guy. It's gonna run away. It's gonna run away. Not my good goat skin briefcase. You've just got the one. That is the briefcase. But okay. So you got jumped by a frog. You got jumped by a frog. You've done the big react to a spider and it's run away. You're calling out for friends. Once the frog has run away, are you looking to follow everybody else? Is that our spider frog thinking about what to do? What is this one? Oh, it's eating memes. That's fun. Pet fet. Onward, that way. Okay. Do you pat fet or do you like kick it like the horse? Kya, kya. Don't kick fet. But whatever. Okay. If you're flying up, then you're gonna be zooming ahead. Yay. I just want a confirmation if Frigid is sticking behind. Well, we've got Fet and Pudgy flying off. Tetra and the Honk are still on the ground as far as I knew and not moving just yet. I head off that way, whichever that is. I believe Pudgy is saying go forward down the hallway, but there is a bunch of little turns eventually. So we're going to say you're going forward, and I'm going to ask after we confirm with Frigid if we're turning anywhere. You'll follow down the corridor too? Okay. Thank you, Do. I did see, and I'm about to hit snooze so that I can get confirmation from Frigid. And then we're going to have a release the chat moment. So I'm going to snooze. We've got Tetra, Fet, and Pudgy going down. What I'll have is I have it planned. You know, you're flying. You've got Pudgy on your head. You're up ahead. Tetra's gonna be stomping along. Big dragon. And then the littler, but not the littlest, buddies, Lahonk and Frigid are still by the water dealing with that little frog. Has jumped away. You'll take Frigid to the hole me and Pudgy explored. Ooh, okay, so you're going back and you're gonna go check out that hole. Alright, so we do have a little split in the party. Well, that's some wild stuff. Okay, then Frigid and Lahonk, we're gonna go to you guys first after we come back from the ad, and then after we get a little sorted with you guys, I'm gonna talk to the bigger group and how far they want to fly. I'll describe what they see as they go. But right now we're gonna do an ad, and I'm gonna release the chat from jail. Here you go. You're free from jail for our quick little break. Here we go. I personally am gonna pop out real quick, very quick, and be right back. So, BRB. Here we are. Alright, I'll be right back. Yes, it's the little intermission. The party splits up. What will happen to our brave adventurers? Find out next time on Adventure at Emerald Lake. Gee, it's not bad. It's not Dragon Ball Z. Alright. We're not gonna start just yet, so I'll get rid of that little cam. Sorry. We're just chatting. Alright. Intermission. Wow, that little pig got tentacle arms? Oh no. Not our little Pokemon. I didn't even notice it was Lechonk. I just saw kind of snout. And now I see that it's Lechonk. I'll actually BRB during the ad break. Okay. Go ahead. We're going to take a couple minutes to give... it was so I could pop out and so we can chat, but also players can have a little minute too, because I've been chatting with you. Good to give you guys a break. We do them every 2 hours, but if any of you are like, I really need to quickly pop out, I don't want to give up my spot, let's just do a quick break, we will do that. There's no problem to do that. I should have said that at the start too. You let us know when you're back, Tetra. Yeah. They have found the other room, and they said, no thanks. But wait, they're going back. I like it. I like that we're gonna still adventure in it a little bit, but also adventure in the other places too. We have about an hour left of playtime. Maybe I'll extend it a little bit if people still ready to do that. We've got an hour to unravel the mystery of the veil. All right. What are we thinking? Your sniffs. Oh, you want sniffs while we do a break? I wanted to just do D&D. Did I have that in the description? If I have ASMR in the description, then that's my bad, and I should do that. No, there is not ASMR in the description, so I'm gonna refund you jokes. Okay, it's okay. I will refund. I was considering. It's a long bomb. What? It's a long pass? Go, little dude, go. Those little arms are so silly to me. But they're very much like the potato head arms. Why did you guys think of the doodles? Maybe I will pull up the camera again. You smell a pigeon? Funny, because Mask, I think, was needing to step back. I'm back. Did I hear Raven is snipping up the character sheets? No! It's also known as a Hail Mary pass. Yes. I like the doodles. I love them. I'm glad you like them. I was very excited to reveal that. I did work not as hard as I thought it was gonna be. I did get worried about time crunch, and then I had a little bit more time than I thought. But basically, I traced some of the stuff. Like, I mean, Lahonk. Of course, I just traced your little gooseman from Untitled Goose Game. It's pretty direct, but then I added the little details of the nose, because he doesn't have a little nose spot. He looks a little bit more realistic goose, and I added some a little tiny bit of shading, but I took some of it away because I was like, it's starting to look not cartoony enough. And Tetra, of course, that was actually the first one I did, is the dragon. That was a very difficult origami. It was fun though. I mean, he's got the whole articulated little wings. I love that. I love the wings. You got a little mouth too. See if it'll focus. You see the little mouth? Got a little bitty mouth. I traced Shuckle. There is an art of the Shuckle with his mustache. But I had to add the briefcase, and I had to guess at how tall it is. But it's a little bit behind you, so you can't tell perfectly. It's fine. No image for Fett. I was gonna try and pull up for my mods. You guys have you have art for each of you guys, except for Dew, and Dew is just a little drop of water. So I was gonna just have your like Twitch photos up, but yeah. Love the idea of D&D with origami miniatures. Me too! I think that's what I'm gonna do next time I ever DM, if I ever do it in person. But Pudgy, I couldn't find. Nobody else has the little potato heads with their butt opens like the Copper Tone girl. I had to do that myself. So I have you pose kind of like the Copper Tone girl. You know, she's got the dog pulling down her bathing suit for whatever creepy reason. And so I did that. Oh no, my butt. Oops. He's like that. And so everybody's here. But we also, of course, have Turt, who had to pop out. Let's pull out Turt. Turt was absolutely a trace of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. A very specific one of them. And I forget who it was. I can't even remember what color he was. No, wait, it was Leo. He had an L on his belt. It was Leo. I remember. Okay. And then, yeah. I didn't know what to do for clothes. Because I was like, they don't really wear much clothes. They just have the turtle shell to cover them. But that's not how turtles work in D&D. They have more clothes. And I wanted to do something, but it would be a lot easier to do a quick hood cloak to cover it all up, because dealing with the shell of whatever. But this just asks more questions, like, how does this work with the shell? Does this mean there's holes at the back of this whole thing? And I think that the stuff is they typically wear clothes. Yeah, well, I think basically, yeah, I've got it working kind of funny, and that belt may look like it just goes on the waist of the people part, but I think it goes away all the way around the shell, but you just can't see it with his hands up like that. Yeah. Okay. With that, there's a little bit of what we'll do at the end of the stream too, where we just kind of chat. And you say Dagger Heart system instead of D&D? Probably similar to a hospital gown situation. Yes, actually, I think it might be. That might be the perfect analogy. Thank you, Race. Yeah. Um, I will have to look into Daggerheart. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna get back to it if everybody's back. It looks like you all are. I see Pudgy and Frigid and Fet and Tetra. There's a honk just a little bit behind. Let's make sure the honk pops back up. But then, yeah, let's go. All right. Where we're gonna start is Lahonk and Frigid going off on their own. So Lahonk will be directing Frigid away from the low spot. Okay, Gage, don't talk while drive. Don't rush. We'll be here. And you're gonna go tuck into the hole, I see. So we're gonna go check that out. Move it a boop boop boop. Oh, where's the stuffs I need to pull up? Oh, what's this? Yeah, I'll chat with you guys after, but I think I'll upload the little doodles and all the little cards up to the D&D stream chat that we made to get everybody ready with the rules. Yes, there's a little special chat that's gonna die after a little while, but I'm gonna drop all of your guys' cards in there so you guys get your doodles and your stuff. It's a little bit harder with Tetras, but I can give you, Tetra, the pattern, like the instructions for making the origami, and certainly a photo of your origami. I kind of want to show you a photo of the duck in comparison because it's a little bit better properly. They're both standing on the desk flat, and then you see yeah, anyway. Okay, but we were going to check out the little hole again. Right. Okay. Oh, yes, and that is what we need to. All right. They will definitely be going in the Discord. I think that they will just go to our D&D players, because it's yours, where you're also going to get your stats stuffs. I could post for everybody instead. You're right. I'm considering. Okay. So, Tetra and Fet and Pudgy, you're going to fly. You can consider how far you're going to fly, what you're going to do, and stomp around. Tetra, in your case. Wait, do you? Yeah, you don't have flight. You could have flight. It's just, maybe you need to be in less enclosed space. And, this is a little... You're pretty tall. You're pretty tall. It's kind of tight in here. You're not going to fly in here. But anyway, okay. We're going there. Oh, no, not yet. Okay. Lahonk, are you at the ready? Yeah. It's just in here. I'll say if we get to a more open space, and if you... I guess technically there's lots of, skylight stuff. It's just that there's vines and stuff you'd have to be avoiding, and it's just, you do run into stuff. Alright. Where are we going? Lahonk, if you don't respond, I'm just gonna start describing Frigid being led there the way you said. I'm trusting Pudgy for navigation guidance, but we'll investigate once we find somewhere promising. Okay. Yeah, I'll say that you're at least flying for a little while forward, and I'll ask you how far you go straight before you start going investigate, or if you're looking for anything or you're just doing exactly what Pudgy says, and Pudgy might not. Okay, there's a honk. Okay. Mocks Tetra not being able to fly. Oh, what a rude little potato. Okay, so, Lahonk, you have led Frigid over to the hole. Are you jumping in? Frigid, are you following? Are you headed straight to the other room? What are you doing? What is our goal? Straight to the other room. Okay, so the honk is waddling right through. Here we go. Frigid, are you following right ahead? And if so, I'm gonna just bop in here anyway. So this is what it looked like. And I can do our describe a little more than we had done before. You say, the water tastes good. You should drink it. Oh boy, you say so. Yeah. We are it. Is it that? I think Frigid's Wi-Fi is being a bit wobbly again, unfortunately. Alright. Okay. I will say I drunk my own juices. Okay. Tainted water can't hurt me. Oh, does that mean you're going to drink your juices right now, or you're going to have the water? Yes. Here is a reference to a very fun shuckle fact. Shuckles make juice in their shells. I can read the little blurb that I have specifically for Frigid, because it has come up, and I wasn't going to until then. Yeah, they make juice in their bodies. It's a pulpy booze and shell made by berries. You'll drink the water. Okay, so you have drank your juice, but this is what we're doing right now. You're just drinking the water. You will taste it. It's water. It's kind of what you expect drinking out of a dirty cave water that frogs live in and stuff like that. Oh wow, I hate that. Can I bonk the honk for being naughty? For trying to get you in trouble? Yeah, bonks exist. You can bonk and slap. That's okay. LeBonk has been slapping. It's alright. You can bonk. You can do a bonk action. I will say if you do a proper, like a chat command to do a bonk, where it's kind of like a bap, but if you do a proper attack, is different. Yeah. It says, wow, do enjoyed that. Good news, that was not do. Not quite how do works. Unfortunately, water is everywhere. It's a little creepy to think about it, but yeah, you could. It's not the best water. Oh, I forgot to put in emote only. Raise, you have reminded me. If I said that I make juice in my body, I would be put on some sort of watch list. You're not wrong, but it is emote only. Good catch. Okay. You pout. Ha ha ha. This water just made me energetic. Nah, it just is kind of icky. It's not the it's cave water. It's not the best. It is not a glowy potion, thankfully. As we discovered previously, the water has been cleaner. I was actually in there. Very funny, do. No, it's okay. It's clear. Was not you. We are going to walk past Kiru to get to other side of the wall. Okay, so you're going to walk past Kiru's little rock there, and you're going to go to the other wall of the cave. On the other wall of the cave is just wall. We can do an investigate. We can do what you would like. Here is what you might have missed, Frigid, when we read it earlier. This is a pocket hideaway by the water. The vines above twinkle slightly as water drips from them. The water along the corridor floor eases and gives way to a rocky corner where you find yourselves now. Are all of your Doros dead? What the heck, Annie? Hi, Annie. You would like to investigate the wall. Okay, let's investigate the wall. What was that? Oh, you got it too? And it's the honk. With only a +1, you did not get enough to see more than cave is cave. Is cave. Your investigation, little, I can't see the emote, unfortunately, but it still just is wall. There's a wall. Is that another Annie make? Little purple Annie? Oh my gosh. Mustache and all. You want Frigid to also investigate. Now, typically in D&D, that's not how you works. You do one and you do, that's it. But, cave is cave. It's okay. If Frigid would like to come investigate, I'll allow it this time. You've got another little glow. Okay, Frigid investigates. What is your investigate? You have no investigate, but you have +1 to int, so we will do 1 intelligence boost. You got a 19. You see? It is cave. At the very opposite side. I'll say that you can look around a little bit more. And in your looking around in your investigation at the wall of the cave, bloop, I'll say you can see that the wall follows along a ways, just a little ways back in the shadows of the image that you see on my background. And you can see that there's like a fork in the road kind of a deal with these. And it goes to... Did you win? You did very good. You succeeded is what it's called. But it's not exactly a win. It's you succeeded. You can see that there is just after the next little bit of water kind of left or right that you can turn. And it makes sense if you follow the one corridor, you would get back to the big corridor that the others are flying through. Pudgy whispers to Fett. Illegal, Pudgy. We'll get to you in a minute, though. We can get to that comment in a minute. So, yeah. Are you looking to go anywhere, to investigate more of the cave, to look around at the frogs? We were told, you have been told that there are 11 frogs in here, including Kiru, who went to go sit on his rock, which is just beside me, but I'm not going to pull all of them out, because not all of the usual frog suspects are here. There's different frogs scattered, though. What would you like to do? Frigid student cage. Hello, cage. Alright. Yes, you've looked at the wall. I ask each frog about the layout of the cave. You're going to ask each individual frog. Okay, this is going to take a minute. My goodness. The first frog you see... This is the room with the most frogs, I will add, by the way. First frog you see is Kiru. He's trying to sleep. When you ask him something, he growls and puts his head back down. Because you're asking each of them, I'm assuming you're moving along. So I'm going to just keep going through them, okay? You find Bert and Ernie cozied up together, not too far away. They ribbit one after the other. You do not speak frog. You cannot tell what they say. A frog interrogation. Really, though. When you talk to another frog, it opens the mouth. Their mouth opens, but then instead of a ribbit or sounds, there's just pond muck that falls out. Very icky. Kind of like the vomit emote. The next one... You do not need to, but if you want to try and intimidate, we can do an intimidate roll. It's a real action to do. I will say that they're just answering. I'm just giving you what they would answer. The next one kind of shrugs. He says, I don't really know. I think if you go right when you exit this hall, you can head out. You can leave the lake. The next one is another little frog, and she overhears this, and she says, yeah, you go back and you follow it all the way down, and that's how you leave the lake. Or you could go the other way, and that'll get you more into all the tunnels and stuffs. and more into the lake? Would you like to do a good cop, bad cop? I don't know. I just work here. I don't know. I just work here. The next one you talk to says, I don't know, but maybe I'll know if you can make it worth my while. There's a few more frogs. Are you trying to leave now? Would you like to leave now or continue talking to frogs? No. You want to go through the rest of the frogs? There's a few more frogs. How many more? Every frog must answer. Okay. Well, then the one says, you can make it worth my while. That's annoying. You move on. The next one says, give snacks. Please, 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 please. Do you have snacks? Please, 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 please. She will repeat. The next one just sits there and uses the little frog hands to kind of rub face, as maybe rodents tend to do. Didn't have good pizza anyways. So you're gonna go. But here's the last frog you talk to. Before you can ask the question, this guy says, well, now, are you looking good or just good looking? And okay, buddy. So what would you like to do would you like to leave right away now? I think we're leaving right away now. In which case, you have been told you just follow the corridor around and you walk down the way. This means that you will walk around. You'll just basically do a big curve. And then you will be meeting up with the rest of the group who are flying and walking. I'll say you'll probably walk up and you'll end up a little behind Tetra. But not too far behind because you're little wobbles. Alright. With that, let's go into the corridors. Alright. Yes, so Frigid and Lahong, you walk straight, you take a right, you walk straight with a little bit of curve, and you find the main hall that you were at before. This one right here that we were at previously. And then you see people flying. In the meantime, we have had Pudgy whispering to Fett that they should just go. The Goose and Frigid are probably gone. Just go. They're not. They're following along. But you guys are flying. What would you like to do as you are flying? How far before you're looking around? Are you just gonna follow roughly what Do had said is just you know the exit if you go back? What would you like to do with as you fly? I'll say every 40 feet you update me if you are moving somewhere. Maybe every 20 feet, actually, not 40 feet. I misremembered. What do you see with your special owl eyes? Ooh, it's a good point. We have keen sight and keen hearing. If you do checks about your sight, I should have been giving you... It's advantage for those, right? Yeah, I should have been giving you advantage for your sight. Should have been giving you a second roll. I didn't realize I forgot. I'm sorry. I remember now. Look for signs of people or frogs. Alright. Sorry. 19. Do we need to re-roll? I mean... yeah, we'll go with the first one still. You have seen no signs of frogs. And the sign of people is kind of as you had noticed that it's very wide as you follow this. What you see with your eyes open, looking for the stuff, you can see that after 40 feet from where you woke up, there's a turn to the right. Another little ways, and there's another turn. Yes. On the right, and just after that on the left, but all of those are looking too thin for typical cart moving around, typical people use. This is a little scraggly little area. This is not the same. So, looking for signs of peoples, you would go straight. What do you see? You're looking for your phone to order pizza. You'll continue straight then. Okay, as you continue, you're going to get to what looks like kind of a little bit more crowded, rocky area, but there's a brighter sunshine if you go through it. There's a very bright light just outside of it. It's kind of hazy, but it's very bright, like it's clouded, but there's not really a fog. Something's going on there. Meanwhile, Frigid and Lahonk are coming out of their little corner, and they have seen Tetra probably following along. By the time Fett is up at the last turn on the left, Tetra is probably just after the first turn, so Frigid and Lahonk are coming up right behind. They're going to go in. If you're following Tetra, you'll follow straight through. Where are we doing next? Are we waiting for everybody to catch up, or are we going straight through? Does this cloudy area seem unusual? It's unusual that it's kind of cloudy, but how about we run a little investigate? 6 versus 1. Okay, the 6 plus... You can say it's not so ridiculous. It's like... You probably wouldn't fit down the side paths anyway. You would fit if you just kind of hunch. It's like a tall person going down a short... You'd have to hunch, but you'd be fine. You see... You do not see a Little Caesars in here, but you're very much looking for pizza. I understand. I'm picking up on that. All right. So we are headed down, and Tetra's catching up to you as you are investigating. It just looks like there's a wall of blurry. You can see that just like it's kind of like how would I say, it's opaque glass, like if there was frosted glass. As you move around, it kind of distorts. It's interesting. Raven really needs a Little Caesars in here. Do I need a piece of pizza? Get it? Because it's a piece of pizza, but also pizza. Piece of pizza. Alright. Tetra's gonna catch up. The Goose and Shuckle are not too far behind. Well then shut up, Vi. Don't text and drive. I would like to toss a rock into the light. You toss it. And, oh boy, where? Where am I? Yeah, you can tell that something's about to happen. Shush. Alright. Where was... Oh no, that's at this spot. I think... No. Oh no, it's at this spot. I forget where I am. Things are happening. Things are about to happen. You're very correct. Hold on now. Hold on. Beep. I would like to order a hot and ready. Alright. Very important. Okay. 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 I'm so excited. This is a very fun one. Alright. Oh, okay. When you throw the rock, you hear a big snort. A very big nose has gone at that. And then there's a little bit of a scuffle. You can hear it. That's what happened when you threw the rock. That's the thing that's happened. Big old snort. What's happened? What's happening, Fenster? Okay. The others are catching up to you. does that snort sound found? Don't. Well, this is with your ears. Fed, toss me. I love this. Do you want to get tossed, Pudgy? I'm a little nervous here. Are you gonna eat the poor potato? I do so. No. Well, I didn't with the first one, but I feel like it's very relevant now to see how far you toss. If Pudgy lands how Pudgy would like. So Pudgy, I'm gonna roll a dexterity. And you're gonna tell me what you think you have managed to do. And Fet, I'm gonna roll a strength, and you're gonna tell me, how far you were trying to throw. Okay? So Pudgy and Fet, start typing. What kind of land are you trying to pull off? What kind of you're trying to look like you land on just one arm? How would you like to try it and land? What do you think you're gonna try and do? And then yeah, Fet, how far do you think you're gonna toss this rock or this potato? Never mind, sorry. If you're trying to toss, 5 versus 10 versus 20 feet of toss, kind of thing. Oh boy, I'm trying to throw a Pudgitator about as far as I threw that rock. Okay. I put really hard and retract all of my limbs. Ooh, attempting to recreate a perfect potato shape. Okay, so you remove your limbs and put them in your ass first. Wow, okay. They denied my little Caesar order. They don't deliver to the lake. No one can even get in. And you're going to see why. Okay, I move me and the honk bear TB. What? Oh, you're gonna move the two used to be I'll ask you to clarify after we do this, okay? Because we're gonna do the toss first. It's going to be very relevant. Okay, so Fetster's toss. 17, and your strength is -1. It's 16. It's pretty good. I'm gonna say that you have managed to throw just as far as you threw the rock, which is going to be a concern. And then, gee, how's your dex? Your dex is +1. Oh no. Okay. Oh, that's a 4. Don't forget your 1 reroll. You could, but it's just that I have to figure out how to describe it. So, but you don't blow up. This is just gonna be super interesting. So, Pudgy, you have removed your limbs. Have you removed your eyeballs? I have you wearing a hat. At one point, you were a very distinguished gentleman. Have you removed your mustache and your hat? Have you removed anything other than your limbs? Because how you managed to land will be relevant. I suppose it won't be as relevant. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, you've removed your limbs. The hat and the mustache are still there. Okay, here we go. Pudgy, you have been yeeted somewhere between 5 and 10 feet. You gotta go, Frigid? Oh no. Okay, Frigid, is there anything you would like to do as you leave? Just besides get hug? Pudgy has crossed over and you hear a small yelp as you announce to your group you gotta go. We're gonna find out what happened. Yes, Cage can absolutely play for you. For no reason at all, absolutely none, not even a little bit. Would you like to pour one out quickly of your boozy pulp to say goodbye, to toast a goodbye as you go? You've got your little drinks and you're saying goodbye, and you've got your little, it's like a booze. It's kind of like you've prepared mimosas or bellinis. If he wants to and not buy. If he wants to and not busy. Oh yes, we will double check, but I think he said was ready. Would you like to pour one out quickly? You do not need an emote for this. A quick little cheers. Now I'm imagining someone picking up frigid and pouring one out of them. Very possibly. Oh no, is that from the Yelp or from the frigid juice? I know. I know. Sorry. It's okay. Okay, you gotta go. You can go. It's okay. I'm gonna assume. If nothing, then frigid has retracted into shell. Just the shell remained. Can I wash my hands? All right. All right. I'm gonna say frigid's goodbye, but please let us know if you are going to quickly pour a drink for the folks. So, as I have said before, for the goodbyes, quickly. We're so sad to have you go, but thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed your visit to Emerald Lake. Take care and happy time zone. Swirls of colorful smoke wrap around you, and you are sent back with only foggy memories of your adventure. At which point we say goodbye. I will be removing your VIP soon, but not quite yet, because I want to see if you do. But yeah. All right. So in the swirl and smoke, we see Cage. I gotta scroll. I'm sorry. Where is the Cage? Bam! Here is Cage. A cursed harpy man, detective in harpy mode. It is Cage Nightwind. You are popping in. You are taking a roll. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and say for frigid that the shell remains when it leaves just a little pitcher of shekel juice and a little note that says sorry. Enjoy stream. I'm sorry if this is not what you want, but there's a reason. I just can't say it. All right. Frigid has whoosh whoosh gone, and Cage has popped in. All right. I was at Pudgy get yeeted. Yes, you got yeeted. All right. Here we are, flying through the air. We have jumped right to whoa. That. Pudgy, as you were thrown, you soar through the little blurry wall. You go through with no issue, but it feels like there's suddenly a lack of sound. You cannot hear any of the friends that you had on the other side. It feels like air has finally just cut off as you fly through the air. You still have your eyes, and you are facing downward mostly with just a little bit of a spin. You've spun, and you're just landing more and more face down. As you go into the ground, you will land fully face in the dirt and then kind of get topped over, and your hat will be removed, and your eyes will be slightly askew. Your mouth and mustache manage to stay where they are, but your eyes and nose are a little bit askew. You've got dirt in your little plastic nose and eyes, and your hat is off. When you do this, the little bits you see as you are flying through quickly is a great big ball of white fluff. Big white fur. And you hear a similar snort, followed by a sort of a groan, sort of a growl, kind of sound. I'm not very good at recreating it. It's a long nose, and you see big old clawed feet. Big old claws. White fur, and black nose, and black claws as you into the ground. And then as you flip up You're staring back to the cave wall that you exited through, and all you see is a bunch of stone. Doesn't look like there was any of your friends. Just wall. Just wall. You say, nice kitty. You can't even see it anymore. As you say, nice kitty, the big, long black snoot comes over. Big ol' sniffs hit near you. You can't really see it very much. And then you see a little bit of a black nose, white fur. It's a big face. It's a long snout. And we'll go back to the others who can hear this. And they can't really see very well, but it's blurry. And they see a big white blur come up to where they can't really see you. You're too small. But where it would make sense that you landed. And it doesn't really look very kitty shape. Let's put it this way. It looks a good deal bigger than a kitty shape. Very round. Can I see it any better with keen sight? The blur has it pretty frosted, but I'll say that you can investigate and see if you can put 2 and 2 together on what it is. It's not that you see it better, but it's that you kind of have to make a better idea of what that would be in its blurry shape. So we can do that. You've got investigation at +2, +1, and your keen sight, so we'll roll once. Oh, 16. Roll twice, 18. I'll say with that advantage, we don't need assist. So you've got a 21. You know this is a bear. It's not a polar bear, but it kind of looks like it's a little polar bear. What the heck? There's a big white bear, but it's not as big. It's actually kind of small. With that higher roll, 21, you can put together that this is like a black bear was white. And maybe you've heard of the spirit bear. Spirit bears are an interesting creature. They are just a black bear with the mutation that they are lighter. They still have different spots that are brown or black, like the claws or nose often, but their fur is all white, their skin is lighter. It's kind of a friend-shaped. It's not exactly not friend-shaped, but in your case, Pudgy, as long as you are still and looking weird, it's going to sniff and investigate you. When you say something, it's going to get spooked. But I'm going to tell you a little bit better about that since you said nice kitty. I highly doubt that, my good Spuddy. I like Spuddy. Okay, but something, if you've known about spirit bears, they can be fairly significant and special to some peoples. Specifically on the West Coast, it can be more of a special spirit. That's why it's called spirit bear. So it's a bit more impactful. This is a kind of honored bear, but it's just bear. Grunts hard and pops my arms and legs back out. If you have said hi kitty and then popped your legs back out, Pudgy, how this is gonna go is this bear is gonna get spooked and it's gonna back away, just kind of like it did when the rock came flying out. And it's gonna do its grunt, and then it's gonna yell. It's not just gonna groan, it's not just gonna snort. It's gonna do a big old slobbery bear yell, and you're gonna get some bear slobber flying at you, and I'm gonna roll for your dex, which was not very good before, and you didn't quite get your arms out in time, so I don't think you're gonna roll very well. I'm gonna give you a disadvantage. You rolled a nat 1. So you do not manage to do much besides wobble and spit your limbs out. You also yell. Okay, you're yelling, the bear's yelling. The bear is then going to jump at you. Turns to Cage. We need to grab Pudgy Tater quick. A very fair thing to do. And at this point, we are entering initiative. Okay, so how this works. how this works is we're each gonna get a roll on a d20 for where we stand in the order, and I'm going to lay your little cards out for myself so that I can keep up with it. Don't need to tell me twice. So here we go. You're each gonna roll. I'm gonna roll for how they're stacked right here, and then we're gonna try again. But I'm gonna remove Frigid. Thank you much for joining us, Frigidman. I'm gonna go with Turt's little card. And here we go. I have advantage on initiative. I do know that. I put it in here. But we're gonna start with Pudgy's roll. Pudgy rolled an 8. Somebody, Pudgy, can you just type 8 so that I can keep track of it? And then everybody else, hold on for a minute. Cage, you roll a 6. You do not have an advantage. Fetster, you roll, you've got a 9 versus a 4. So you got a 9. Pudgy's 8. Cage was 6. Fet was 9. The Honk, 10. Nope. Honk also has an advantage. Initiative, 11. And now Tetra, 17. Okay, so Tetra is gonna go first if the bear doesn't beat you. So I'm gonna show you my bear's roll so far. Thank you, Fet. Bear got 9 as well. Okay, so what that does is I have to look at Fet's dex and Bear's dex, and whoever has better gets to go first. Fetster has a +1, so we're gonna call Fet 10, and Bear can be 9. So this is the order. It's a little bit off screen. It's Tetra, then the Honk, then Fet, then Bear, it's just blank, and then Pudgy, and then Cage way over at the end. That is the order here. And I'm going to shuffle the pages down. You can't really see it very well, but I'll show it. Okay, so what you see as the bear is freaking out, it has reared up on its back legs. There you go. Bear is reared up on its back legs. And that's all you see before Tetra can go ahead. Tetra, what would you like to do? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. So are we still outside whatever area the bear is in? Would we need to enter that area first? You don't have to enter it first. You're kind of out of the area. You can see it. It's just going to be disadvantage if you throw something at it before you go through. I'll tell you that. But you could do something beforehand. If you were to do something that spell that just finds somebody, I guess that could be a bit better. Like especially if a spell's cone or center, is outside of the little thing. I'll say you're pretty close to the barrier. It's within 5 feet. And then the bear is maybe the next 5 feet on a diagonal with Pudgy directly across. So, it's a little bit wibbly. But yeah, you're not far. You can enter first. You would certainly have the space to enter that area. But yeah, here you go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm so excited. I'm going to scroll down up to you. That's where. This is a terrible time to be moving after the bear. I'm going to say that while we're supposed to have the clock stop right after 5, we're going to have this encounter with the bear. We're a bit early. We're going to keep going. If everybody is okay with time, that's what we're going to do. Because we're just getting to just about 5 right now, but we're going to have this encounter before we wrap up. Which says we aren't going to get to everything that we were going to get to, and that's fine. This is fun. I'm very pleased with this. It's unfortunate we didn't get to have everybody do a stop-in, but we got to see most of our mods, and that's lovely. Vi has not gotten to pop in, and I understand that she is going to be busy now afterwards, but she did get here and she was here to be ready to chat. So, maybe we get to talk with her another time. Means part 2? No, but I will walk through. Yes, and you've been lurking. It's just that you didn't get to do a big proper pop in. It's okay. Um, we will simply get a. Oh, what was that? Playback error. I hope nothing's a problem with you guys. Ah! That's why we've entered a hype train, and my poor stream got overloaded by the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Infinite Misery. Thank you. Looks like I'm fine to do little chats over in OBS, so it looks like we're fine. Just look, that got very weird for a second. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Slowly I'll be able to get, yeah, there's my stuffs again. Aww. Rainy Money Frogs. Thank you very much. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All these new things. Shut it, Pigeon. Hey, don't yell at our pigeon. Pigeon's just looking. Is not even pigeon, but I understand that this is our new little thing. Okay, you go ahead, you run off. Thank you so much for popping in. Glad we got to have you join us for a while. Thank you for that. Yeah, mask, no pigeon. All right. Yeah, but we're gonna finish this encounter. Gosh darn it. You're gonna see this bear. All right. Tetra. Oh, sorry, I forget. From outside, can we tell it's a bear inside, or is it still unclear to us? The mod friends, Cage and Fett, they were rolling their investigation. It was Cage's, but I'll say that they both got it, and they said we gotta get to Pudgy ASAP. So you know that you gotta get over there. You probably don't know it's a bear unless they say so, but I'll say that they can talk. They can say that. We'll say that they said that if they would like to have said that. Otherwise, sorry, I bunked Mike. It's a bear, I say so. Yeah, there you go. So yes, you know it's a bear. I'll say Cage even said it was a spirit bear, which you might not, as a people, really know, but you know it's a bear. It might be magical somehow, also. Okay, I'm gonna call it if you don't say something soon. It will just go to Lahonk first. You know that it is bear. Okay, before going in, I'm going to try use sensory effect to create a bear sound as a distraction. Woohoo! Okay, yes. No. I get this. We got this. Well, wait, that was the wrong button. This is the button. Okay, so you create a quick sensory effect. Got the animal sound. You make it sound like a bear go roars. This will spook the bear. I will say the reaction of the bear. It has reared back on its back feet, but before it could come down, it has been shook by the sound, so it got a little wobbly, and it's going to come down not on Pudgy as was planned, but a little behind, and it's going to take a step back, but it doesn't have time to do a bunch of stuff. It's not its turn, so you've spooked it, and you're going to go in after. Okay. You've crossed the little wobbly stuff. You're crossing it and you can see it and it can see you. If you wanted to do another one of the druid crafts, or just maybe you're showing up, you're trying to intimidate or whatever, you can do that, but you can't do a full big action right now. It's bonus action stuffs, which the sensory effect. Ooh. I want to intimidate the bear. Okay, well then, I think I will let Lahonk go through and try and intimidate the bear, which is a Lahonk thing. Lahonk has an attack called Intimidate, which is aggressive honking and wing flapping. And the bear will have to roll a wisdom save, or they will be frightened. If the bear succeeds, they will be immune for 24 hours. So the honk is coming through. Tetra will go to the back of the line as we have popped along. That's okay. All right, bear. Let's see if you can do this. The bear has failed. Let me double check that the bear has failed, but that 3 does not sound very good. Yeah, it's only a 4. Whew. Poor bear. Okay. Yeah, I won't immediately do anything hostile after entering. Cool. Then the honk has officially frightened the bear. I meant to have the conditions list, but I'm pretty sure that means that the bear has to move away from you on its turn. With that, Fet would be up. If Fet would like to do something, I will say you are aware the bear has fallen down, is not attacked, scooted back a little bit. Its ears are turned down. You can see it's kind of spooked. It's spooked. But it's your turn before the bear goes, so you can do something if you would like to do anything. I will say at this point, you dash in and scoop up Pudgy Tater to carry them out of the bear's reach. Okay, so you have dashed in to pick up Pudgy Tater. Pudgy, if you allow being picked up, this is your reaction to that. You can fight that, or you can go with it. I imagine you're gonna go with it because Fet was carrying you before. But as long as I get that, then it will be the bear turn. My hero. Okay, so yes, the bear's turn then. The bear's turn then basically goes along the lines of run away. But as we run away, there is a bit of a mess. So at this point, you can kind of see around you, exiting the cave corridors now, all of you, and leaving the Emerald Lake, you find a small campsite with a roaring fire. We have run into the bear, and so that happened a lot faster than anything else. Pudgy, I assume you're getting yourself straightened out. Everybody can look around and see that there are a total of 4 things left as the bear runs. There's 1, a fire. 2, a canvas tent, big enough for 1, maybe 2 people. There's a stump for sitting, and there's a pot of beans there cooking over the fire. But the bear has knocked that over. The beans is spilled. The bear spilled the beans! As the bear runs away, you can see that another weird wibbly kind of blurriness warps, and the bear runs through it. And as the bear runs through it, it disappears. The spirit bear has traveled to another world and run away. And that leads us to the very important last piece as you have left the lake. No! Okay. Once again, a random piece of cheese has just come into existence right in front of the honk. You have one more cheese. Congrats. You weren't supposed to leave a fire unattended, I yell at the bear. You take the cheese? Well, as we wrap up, you are not going to be able to do anything. This is just our little tail end sort of deal. I'm going to introduce you to the person who crawls out of the tent before you can crawl in, Lahonk. You've wobbled over, but they've popped out. You see... Who? Oh, where is he? Oh, no, wait. Okay, it was back at the other spot, isn't it? Okay. I have to go to the right little space. Okay. Oh, is he at another spot? Oh, okay, sorry. You have run into someone that pops out. He says, "Whoa, thanks for chasing off that bear. I didn't even notice." It is just a human man in rags. He looks very stiff. A very stiff leg as he crawls out of the tent. He he puts out a hand and he says, I'm Joe the root-legged, or Joe the fluke. People call me a lot of names." And he rubs a very sore leg. And we're gonna say that is when you have the smoke crawl around you and puff you out of the way. This is a reference I will explain. You're gonna peck him for scaring you? Oh, wait. No, there's one more thing. No. Incorrect. Wait, you got a goofy leg. You say you peck him for scaring you. I was saying that you couldn't do anything else. So unfortunately, I'm gonna say no. But there you go. Whoosh, 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 shaw. You're gonna leave. The smoke's gonna curl around all of you guys. At which point, Raven appears very suddenly as well. I emerge from the shadows. Can I smack Pudgy gently for being rude to the person in Defiant Allegiance? Here you go. No, just hold on. I emerge from the shadows. I say, "Well, Cinderella's, the clock is chiming midnight." Or, well, 5:12 EST. You have one round of actions to say goodbyes before you're back to pumpkins. So now, with me arriving, and Joe looking very confused at my arrival, would you like to do anything? Would you like to peck random man? You are allowed to smack Pudgy for being rude. But yeah. This is your goes. I'm gonna have us pick up where we left off in the order. So I'm gonna actually have it was Pudgy and then Cage, right? Pudgy, it is your turn. Do you still like to say "you got a goofy leg" before you go, as well as "no, I don't want to go"? You're up here. The bear's out of the way. That was down here. I think. Yeah. Pudgy, and then Cage, and then Tetra, Fetster, and then Lahonk. Raven, instead of sending me back, turn me into a frog and let me stay. Aw, that's what you say? I say, aw, I'm sorry, no. Alright. Do you still mock the man? Because this could inform Cage's move. I will indeed commence the mocking. Okay, so you say, you got a goofy leg, and he says, "Yeah, it is pretty goofy. I walked through a wall once, but it got kind of hard to get out of the wall. Frickin' wild, man." At which point we move to Cage, and you can choose to do the smack if you would like to do the smack. And I can even let you roll for an attack now because you're gonna get booted anyway. You retract your bonk? Okay, you retract your bonk. Um, I remember you. Yes, it's Molecule Joe. Except he doesn't have that name. He's not from when, and he doesn't know that that's what that's called. But okay, it's Cage's turn. You retract your bonk. What would you like to do, Cage? It is your goodbye. Instead, I would like to say, why was I even called? And cast Detect Magic and attempt to fly by before I become a pumpkin. Okay. He's like, I didn't even get to do anything. Well, when you detect magic, you see Raven glows a good little bit. You see, as you're flying away, you see the roof of a little house, and you see that that has a bunch of different magics. But then you go, wait, Gage, take my worm, child, out of your ass. So you're flying away, and you see a little bit of glowy magic over towards a little cabin, not too far away. There's a bunch of little spots where you see something glowing not too far off. Gage is very concerned. Next is Tetra. Tetra, what would you like to say? Fet is next after Tetra, and then Lahonk wraps it up by the way. Oh boy. I'm nervous. I seem like I'm having an existential crisis. Wait, I'm a pumpkin? I'm spaghetti? Oh, Tetra. No, it's just pumpkin time. Raven will say, oh, honey, no, it's just pumpkin time. You have to go back to the other world. And I will give you another tiny little bit if you would like. Much like every D&D game, we spend the whole time going in the wrong direction. Not exactly. It was the right direction for if you wanted to go that way. I had that room ready to go. We'll talk about it after. It's okay. All right. I'm a pumpkin. Cheers to that. Much like every game. If you would not like to say anything, we will pass to Fetster. But you think what you would like to say, Tetra. I'll let you talk at the same time as Fetster doing stuff if you come up with it after. But it is Fetster next. The little ducky. Ducky flew away. Wait, where did that... There was a tiny origami here before. As I begin to disappear, I use bloom to make a flower bloom in the ground in my place. You didn't! What color would you like it to be? I have a few options. We're gonna roll a die. How many is that? Am I short? I totally am. There's the other one. Okay. I'm gonna roll a die for which color. This pretty blue flower pops up into place. Can I pluck the flower and also put it in my butt? You already had your turn, Budgie. You may not. There's your little flower. And it's Fudster's turn to say stuff. There you go. Little flower. Okay. The honk will be after Fet, so have your ready to go. Hello. Either Fet has got a lot to say, or something's popped up, maybe? What we got going on? What we got going on? Quick little goodbyes. Oh, I can put away that dice. I was gonna show that this pops on like that. It's a terrible view of the owl, though. This is where you go. Alright, it is seemingly very quiet. Maybe the honk should go first? Mayhaps? Maybe? Oh. Alright. I stomp on Tetra's flower and then proceed to peck his pumpkin pie. Nobody is a pumpkin. Nobody is a pumpkin. It was a reference. It was a metaphor. But okay, you have pecked. You stomped on the flower. Okay. I don't want to smush the origami, but I can do. It go flat. It went flat. There, the flower went. Very mean of you. Is that all you would like to do, Lahonk? Since you cannot go after a pumpkin, it's still a tetra. It's still a tetra. If you peck him, you'll get booted extra early. You won't get to hear what Fet says. Don't peck our friends. Honestly, I expected you to go. You peck the man from the tent. Okay. Technically, you are allowed to peck the man from the tent. So, Lahonk has used an attack needlessly, but hey, somebody's gotta do it. We haven't done any of it. I commend it. So, Lahonk, let's see what we can roll. Alright. Peck is a DC plus 3. So we're gonna have you roll 13 plus 3. That's 13. Oh, that's 16. My brain. 16. To see if you can hit poor little Joe. I do think Fit said he might have to mostly disappear after 5. Oh, right, probably. Okay, so then maybe Fet did just disappear. Very good point. 16 absolutely hits Molecule Joe. Unfortunate for Molecule Joe. And so we get to roll a d6. Oh, it's no worries. It was just a goodbye that we were going to do, Fet. It's just if you wanted to disappear. You did have to disappear. It's okay. If you would like to say, I said that you have one action to say goodbye while we're saying goodbye to Molecule Joe. So, I'm quickly rolling the 1d6 of damage to Molecule Joe. 6. The maximum damage we could get on him. And this counts as a crit, because this is the most you could get. I'm gonna count it at least. I give hugs to all who are amenable. Hugs. Well, first, Lahonk is being violent, so I'm gonna say Lahonk's too busy. But with this, we're also gonna roll a d4 For a chaos. Lahonk has cohort of chaos. When you roll a crit, which I'm counting this time as it's a 6, and because I want to, I'm long gone, but appreciate the gesture. Yes, Cage is in the air. Chaotic Flare. It lasts until the end of your next turn, which is just until you disappear, really. And only one flare at a time. We're going to roll this to see what happened. A 2. Lahonk, choose someone in sight. They roll advantage on attack and disadvantage on ability that they will not manage to use. So it is quite useless. I'll say we can roll a second time to see if we can get something else. A 4. Howling winds swirl around you. Okay, so there's winds slowly picking up. It's becoming a windstorm as everybody's trying to leave. And Fed is trying to give hugs. Because of course, the goose has caused chaos by making poor Molecule Joe take 7 damage, which kills him. His HP is 4. You've killed Molecule Joe. You've killed Molecule Joe. I'm gonna say, as he's rolling his saves, Fet, you're the last one to have any abilities, and I know you were given some save ability stuff. Would you like to help poor Molecule Joe? No, Molecule Joe. This is why we don't attack random people, Lahonk. This is why. I'm gonna roll 2d8 because Fet said that he was gonna hug everybody who's amenable, and Molecule Joe would very much like a hug. I'm making it mandatory. Yeah. I don't think heal wounds would help with this, but I could try if you promise not to pumpkin. You won't go, you aren't pumpkin yet. Cure wounds, yeah, you're far away. We're gonna say, Fet, you're the one who wants to give hugs. You can do this. We're gonna do this. 14 HP, which is far more than he has needed, so I'm gonna say that did it. Okay, Molecule Joe's not dead. Jeez. After you fight through the wind, hugging him. Right at the end, Lahonk does that. And in attacking a person, Lahonk has made one more marvelous thing happen. Useful violence on a bad guy? Yeah, you did. So you get... Cage is usually who gets summoned to heal someone. In Molecule Joe's case, I'm gonna say that that's fine. He's in his saving throws. He's a people. His card has the little checks and X's, and it wasn't his turn yet. We'll call it fine. I'm not gonna let you kill him. But this means that technically right now we're supposed to summon Cage. So maybe Cage did do that, actually. We summoned you back. I forgot about that. So, your cure wounds absolutely helped. You were flying away, but then you got yoinked back, summoned by Lahonk committing a crime. And so you did that, as well as, for frick's sake, you get yet another trinket list roll, you little shit. Here we go. One more D100 as you are managing to get. Man, I forgot to steal his shoes. Yeah, you could only do one. You picked attack. You picked kill the poor man and set off the winds. You are already dead. But here is your roll. A 26. We're going to see if this rolls in time. Okay, 26. You get a bag containing 47 humanoid teeth, one of which is rotten. Congrats on your bag of teeth. Jesus. It just miraculously appeared. But guess what? As you're getting yoinked into oblivion, as everything is wrapped up, everybody said their goodbyes, it turns into origami and then to ash, and you no longer has it. Oops. Because that is what happens when you get yeeted away. Alright. Our final section of goodbyes. Swirls of colorful smoke wrap up around each of you, and you are sent back with only foggy memories of the adventure. And now I will release chat, and we can have some just chatting time. The end. Yay! Oh my gosh, people. Oh my gosh. Let's. Yeah. Alright. Oh, the chat has been released from emotes only. Alright. So, yes, we went a little over time because we took a little bit with our little ad break and I wanted to make sure we did stuff. I will not be rage puffing. Thank you. Oh my gosh, no, this went well. I'm very pleased. This went well. Thank you guys. My computer froze right as Joe got attacked. Oh no! I'll need to watch back on the first few minutes to see what happened. Yeah, it was just when I got sent back, is the worm still, in there? No. You get turned back into yourself. Nothing is you no longer have an ass of holding. None of that stuff is there. How often do you do these? I don't. I'm sorry, Captain Jack Black. We have just done this the once. It was kind of a special event. I really liked it. I plan to try and reuse this stuff maybe on a DM of my own in another place, but or as a one shot on my own DMing again. But no, Pudgy does not have worms. But we are not planning to do it again. We are normally just a reading ASMR channel. We do origami hand cams. That's the little origami moment. Can I join the game now? Oh, masculine shit. Hi. Illegal. The honk. Illegal. You are fine. Yeah. It's really fun and I like it. It's just I also can't go letting everybody play, and it's a little bit, we're gonna have technical issues and get delayed with everybody, and people made time and move stuff around for today, but I can't do it always, and I would want to vet everybody carefully. No, don't rage, don't run, please, Max. No. I would want to make sure that everybody was good to go. I would definitely enjoy doing or helping with this again as a side project if we can ever squiggle it in as a once a month or once in a while thing. I guess we could do a second go of this where everybody does it all over again so that I don't have to prepare a whole bunch more stuff, because there is a bunch of stuff that didn't happen. And Vi was at the ready to help, but was in the end a little less prepared to join, and so didn't get to join. And maybe that was for the best. So maybe we could do that. I would probably want to specifically pull people in that didn't get to do much, like Turt, Mask, Vi. Yeah. I think that would be fun. But yeah, I mean, it's a little tough because I don't want to only do stuff with the same people as much as I very much enjoy and trust all of you guys that played. And I don't want to ever say that other people aren't good for this, but I'm a little nervous if I haven't gotten everything sorted for everybody else and make sure it's all clean and good to go with all of that. It's no offense to any of you, but I gotta make sure that everybody's gonna respect the rules, and play along like that. We did a really good job of it today. It was unfortunate Frigid's Wi-Fi was being hiccupy. I had to have Frigid leave that glass of puppy juice because it was one of the things that LaHonk could do, and I'm going to tell you about that in a minute. I'm going to walk through some of it, but I don't want to walk through too much of it if we're going to do it again, So, I don't know. Thank you for the rating in, Dumda. Hello. You could always run one just with your mods, too. This is true. Oh my gosh, my voice. I think what we would do is I would run it with Mask and Turt, who have not played, and Vi for a smaller party. So I think that is what I will do. Yeah. So Turt, Mask, Vi. I can't tell you the rest of the world then. Vi knows a couple things, and the mods know a couple of things could have happened. So they know some stuff. So that's a little bit unfair. But we could still have the other three mods do the stuffs, because like we had Do pop in. There was an option for any of the mods to possibly pop in, to have them be able to play a little bit. So now, oh, you know what? Do can pop in as well. We can have Do play as well. It'll be Turt, Mask, Do, Vi. Yeah. But we won't have LeHonk, so I can go ahead and walk through LeHonk's silliness. Let's do that. LeHonk, I'm officially telling everyone about your crimes. Mwahahaha. So, LeHonk being based off of the curious little goose from entitled Goose Games, I prepared a little to-do list. Yes, so the things that LeHonk was trying to do, and the reason was like, oh, I forgot to take his shoes, was not for nothing. Basically, there were some things that if LeHonk did, he would get a reward. And he did. That's how he randomly got cheese. And how Cage was summoned, and how Do was summoned. So basically, I never got my reward for getting Pudgy wet. Yes, you did. That was your weird trinket. But Pudgy took it because you said, ew. Yep. The bag of teeth was your reward for the full violence on a bad guy. And there were no bad guys in the lake, so you couldn't use the violence on them there. So you were going to get something from the trinket list, which is a D100. And Cage was the mod that gets summoned then. But Cage was already leaving, and so I wasn't going to do it. But then I decided, yeah. And I kind of just made that happen for the heal poor little Molecule Joe, but I thought you said you didn't want to hurt him that bad, so yeah. Unfortunately, Peck is very powerful, and Molecule Joe is not. So yeah, there you go. I mean, it's not actually that powerful, but compared to Molecule Joe, it's pretty powerful. Yeah. You went ahead, did that. I'm going to read through each of the crimes that we were going to have, and LeHonk did not get to know what his rewards were going to be, so I'm going to read about those. We had first on my version of the list, because I ordered them based on when it would make sense to do it to me, was find Vi's Apothecary. Oh, no, wait, I didn't order them. Anyway, I had find Vi's Apothecary, which would have gotten 1 gold coin. Steal a potion from Vi's Apothecary, and you get to keep the potion instead of having to give it back. Then we have name a new frog. We named, I had a set of the frogs. I had a total of 20 frogs, and the ones we already knew were named, and then there was one named Frank who we talked to at the end who was just saying silly old man thing. And then the rest were just letters of the alphabet, and you found J and named him Goldberg, so there you go. You got a cheese for that. Huzzah. You ate said cheese very quickly. Find an NPC person, like Molecule Joe, and steal their shoe. You did not steal their shoe. If you had, you would have gotten a trinket hidden inside the shoe. Then leave Emerald Lake, gets 1 cheese. Get another player wet. That is the phrasing of the game. You get a trinket list item, and you summon Do if it's in the lake, and then a different one, a different mod if not. Next was make a fairy circle, which would be like mushrooms or stacked stones in a circle on the grass or soil that could grow grass. And it would summon Mask, and you would get another trinket. This because Mask was built off of a sort of a fairy character, the way I made him happen. And so that's how you would have gotten mask forced over. Um, then we have a weapon in the lake, and all you had to do for that one, the honk, was just like pull out one of the emotes for a weapon, even if you don't have one listed, or even if you don't want to steal from someone. If you pull out an emote, I would have counted it as a thing, and then you could have just thrown it in the lake, and that would have been it. But we didn't. And again, that would have maybe summoned Dew, or somebody else if we'd already seen Dew, and you would have gotten a random potion from Vi's apothecary suddenly appear. Using full violence on a bad guy gets you a trinket list and summon cage, yes. And then finally, shuckle juice, given willingly, so you can't just steal it from Frigid, to make someone drink. So if someone had drank the shuckle juice, you would have gotten, drumroll please, a pair of chicken shoes. And by that, I mean, if we remember our lovely, beloved Jack the Hedgehog, he has to get his cock shod. The chicken has to wear shoes like a horse wears shoes. He took his rooster to a blacksmith, remember? So you would have gotten a pair of shoes for him. There you go. Yep. But that is Lahonk's crimes. That's what those would have done. And yes, that means that there is a Jack the Hedgehog somewhere to encounter, somewhere in here. But you didn't get to him, and that's fine. Nobody got attacked when we did stuff. Pudgy was about to be attacked, but you spooked the bear away. So I'm glad we didn't have to see anybody lose HP that was part of the party. That was good. And I'm really glad we got to get out of the lake, but also explore some in the lake. I'm glad we got around to some other things. I kind of wish I had given you guys a little bit more time so we could do stuff. Maybe that's what I'll do next time, is that instead of 3 hours, I'll do 4, where I plan to have my little ramble, because we did take a little over half an hour to get started. I knew I'd be about that much to get started just to do the opening ramble, but yeah. Vi also got her own one of these little cards that I texted out to people that has all of their actions. And so Vi could have popped in when you gone there, and she had a lot of power, let me tell you. But she didn't get pulled up, so we didn't get to do that. So I'm excited to see her go fight some people. She's got lots to work with. Also interesting is we have like Tetra has 52 HP versus freaking Joe, who had 4. But also Lahonk was 10. I want to talk about how I built all of you guys. Let's look at them. I'm going to show them all off. Okay. So we have Lahonk built off of literally a goose. There is a creature card, like a monster card for a goose, and it had some of the same actions, attackies that somebody could do. But then I added randomly what you guys felt like you would do and little things, and I wanted everybody to have about the same amount of actions, attacks, whether it was spells or just weapons and stuff like that. But size and HP, I was gonna vary. You were just gonna have to be lucky, because I didn't think you would get attacked very much. I do have a lot of different monsters you kind of run into in the forest, but also some friendlies. So Tetra doesn't have much here, because Tetra had a lot of power for other stuff. It says here, immune to lightning damage, because you're not going to pop up. I built Tetra off of, I think it's Silver Dragon or Blue Dragon, I forget which. But it's the dragon that has the ability to shoot lightning breath. Tetra could have just annihilated things, but did not. Was nice to bear, and I very much appreciate that, Tetra. So yeah. Fet, an Owlin build. Yeah, Storm Dragon. So that's an Owlin, that's a real thing. Mask, we will meet in the future, so I will put away. Frigid, I had to go to Pokemon and look up different things with Pokemon. We talked about which attacks Frigid wanted for the Shuckle to have, because there are different options. And Frigid chose a few things. I want to read them out. So Frigid had Rock Throw, Roll Out, and Withdraw as the action / attacks. Also had sturdy, which is a very fun thing. No one punch KO. So even though HP was kind of low, did good. But like if someone tried to hit him, was gonna be okay. Also has a very interesting contrary for 1 minute, 1 round of actions. It's actually a lot more than one. I mixed up a thing. It's supposed to be, I think, 10 rounds of action. Anyway, any attempt on or by you is reversed. Healing does damage. Damage does healing, which was gonna be wild. And then the good berry for gluttony is another thing that shuckles have. So I had to like translate things, but then also the like resistance stuff. Piercing isn't a Pokemon thing. I had to look at what was weak and resistant for the Pokemons, and I found that Shuckles were weak to cold, or they were weak to water, steel, and rock damages, and I made that be cold, slashing, and bludgeoning because I think that that made sense. And then resistant to piercing, which I thought was normal. Like most people have the dagger or something, a dagger or something that does slashing, maybe bludgeoning. But I was like, I'm gonna say piercing is the normal, and then poison is poison. That's pretty direct. But I was like, how do we translate? And we got that sorted. I very much like making the shuckle. The shuckle was the funnest to like translate. I enjoyed it. Turt, we did not get to see, but we had talked about turtle versus tortoise, and I landed on turtle, the people. Imagine if Frigid used a contrary, then got blasted by my lightning breath. Would have got so much HP. Would have just blown up in the strongest little shuckle. It was very cool. Dew on the grass, we're gonna probably see again if we can pull it off, so I'm gonna put you away. Cage. You can't see much here, because Cage is a harpy. We built just straight harpy. Hello, thank you for joining. You can call me Raven. Bye. Cage has a harpy luring song, which is a big old chunk of stuff, but can use it a lot. Every humanoid within 300 feet can hear rolls DC 11 wisdom, or they are charmed, and then they're basically just a little a little dude to have around. Little what is the word for like goon? You're a goon. I had my plans for that, but it didn't come to pass. Yeah, I know. And then Pudgy, what do you build a potato off of? How the hell do you make a potato in D&D? It has to be people. What the hell am I supposed to do? And I landed on, at one point, Pudgy kind of alerted to it. Pudgy is very speedy. Bloom reminded me of a past D&D character with a custom plant familiar. Ooh, well then I'm glad Bloom. That's so glad you got to use Bloom. As druid craft, like the dragon had some fun stuff, so you got to use that. I'm very glad. Plant folk, you say? Well, I thought that the way Pudgy was, and when we were trying to decide what kind of thing, we landed on more of a potato head toy. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not plant, so that wouldn't have worked anyway. Because I would have probably leaned into fey creature plant stuff too. Like if it's a living plant, we're going to go down that route. Because I did make Dew a naiad. I did say that, which is it's a water, lake, river spirit. We didn't do that with Pudgy because it's plastic toy. I was like, what the heck am I going to do? And I wanted to make sure that this little thing could actually keep up with everybody and stuff too. So I was like, okay, you're going to be speedy. Okay, I think you should be something trickster with the ass of holding. Like I wanted to incorporate the ass of holding, which is what I used when I described it. I didn't want to go with gnome because it's smaller than that. And I was like, I don't know what I want to do. But as I was looking through also creatures in the forest that I could use, and I decided against using in the end for the small group. I just made less creatures. I didn't want to have so big of a chance. I went with, not gnome, I don't know. Oh, well then I don't know what that is. Can I just say, my fun bit that I had was that a zippy little dude that has storage that doesn't make sense. You know, you've got a bunch of stuff. And general energy from Pudgy, I kind of decided, you know what? I want to do Leprechaun. So Pudgy is actually built off of a leprechaun because I wanted to use him but didn't want to really use him as a monster. I was like, yeah, no. So Pudgy has sneak attack and a dagger, good persuasion and deception, sleight of hand and stealth, can't be charmed. Axe of holding was its own thing, but mage hand was kind of what I was thinking because that also made it easier for you if you were just potato, you would have an arm. But invisibility was an interesting thing. I was like, are you gonna know it? And then hideous laughter is one of the things you can do as a leprechaun. Dancing lights might have sounded very weird for a potato to be able to have, but it makes sense when you're a leprechaun. So yeah, I made you a leprechaun. That is why you're speedy. But yeah, you are built for storage, deception, and trickery. That's a leprechaun. I just felt like that with like a couple of things. I was like, you know what, we can do that, and it also gave you automatically these little things. I wanted to build because I was doing these little cards. I wanted to build basically creature cards where it was like minimized so that I can keep track of everything a little bit easier. Because as opposed to you guys being physically with me or even physically being able to chime in audibly in a call kind of thing when you play, I had to be in charge of it for you. So I wanted to minimize what I could with me. If I had to pick out for each of you a whole race, class, subclass, background, that's a lot of stuff to be juggling, a lot of feats and abilities. I just kind of threw stuff. And there was a couple of things where it's like, oh yeah, this race has this access and da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to pick some. You're just going to have to get that. I ended up doing that for Turtle because there was a few directions we could have gone and I just picked for you. But yeah, that's why you ended up a leprechaun. And I thought that was the silliest thing. I'm very pleased. There's no need to analyze that message anymore. Don't get sus about it. It's perfectly normal. But I'm very pleased that I got to show off the dice and the newer dice. And I had switches for everything. And for those of you that are like, where's Raven's room? Well, we had scene 1 and 2 we saw. This is scene 3. This is the room we didn't get to, and this is scene 4. So they are all here. But the thing is that I would have shown you that this is the entrance to Raven's room, and then I would have said, now get out! You're not allowed to be in here, basically. You wouldn't have been able to get into my room. I said get out, stay out of my room. It was also a nod to Bob's Burgers, because that's what Linda says whenever she leaves the house with the baby. She always says, like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, stay out of our room as soon as she leaves. Every time. So I was kind of doing that. Because Linda's pretty great. I will say, if I hadn't rolled so badly on the initiative, I was going to fly over the bear and use Detect Magic. And if I sensed anyone, I was going to try my song. Ooh, nice. Ooh, I picked up on that immediately. Thank you, Pudgy. I'm glad we appreciate it. Little duck. Alright. Tina is the best. Tina's great. Oh, alright. If anybody has bits that they want to talk about, what they was going to try, I'm going to shut up now after I've done my ramble about stuff, because I don't want to give up too much of what could have happened, because we're going to, we're going to do another version. We're going to give other people's chances. But, yeah. If we found Raven's room, would it be Raven inside with the character cards and dice actually DMing? No, it was gonna be like, I'm in my room, stay out. Where like I kind of stomp out and I kind of puff and I spin you around magically so that you end up somewhere else in the caves. And it was gonna be like a kind of random drop. Yeah. But it's like I'm in there reading. Not DMing, but like I'm in there reading. Yeah. I like that idea though, but it gets Inception-y pretty quick. Because then who am I playing with? And so on. Maybe I'm playing with some frogs. Maybe we're all playing a game. It's a totally different game. That could have been cute. Maybe I'll do that next time. Like that one room you can peek into in Deltarune. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know Deltarune. Maybe Yeah, but you would have been able to like peek in, and then I would have said no. But the way you would have gotten to it is if you had gotten to the big part of the lake. That little poke, oh, this is the big part of the lake, is just like a little pond, really. The proper opening of the lake is huge. And I mentioned ruins. That's the only way you find the full lake, is when you find the ruins. And nobody saw that. But I didn't particularly want to focus too much time on ruins, because then we would have been like, oh, what's this? What's that? And we never would have gotten to see Vi. And we still didn't. But, like, I wanted to hopefully give us a chance to go over there. The dev self-inserts himself as a small dog. There's a room you can peek into in one chapter where it says there's a dog working hard on a game or something like that. That's so cute. That's so silly. I like it. I like it. Did we like Molecule Joe showing up? It was gonna be, you could have run into a people there at the fire, but because you ran into an animal, I knew that there had to be a people there. And before I had the Molecule Joe moment, I had prepped this just like random man, and I hadn't named him. He's just a poor man. Leave him alone. But then we had the Molecule Joe, and I had to. I'm in this fourth wall breaking, like you on the stream right now. Yeah. It would have been fun. But then, if you ask questions, I would have got stuck in a loop. Time to jump over to my other D&D game now. Okay! Enjoy your D&D, Pudgy. Thank you. Ugh, I'm so pleased. This has been very fun. Alright. Thank you so much, players. Thank you so much, watchers. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you, new friends. Thank you, returning peoples. This was a fun time. I enjoyed it. I just don't know if I can do it a bunch of times. I could do it one more time where we just do the exact same thing and I don't have to worry about pulling too much together. But doing this often, I would feel bad if I only had the same people. But then, yeah, could have even had us be able to hear you talking to someone as you got closer to you. That would have been silly. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh my gosh. If you had any things that you would like us, that you would have liked for all of us to have happen, maybe I'd prepared for that, but notes, any notes, because if I do this again for you guys or for a general people's game, what would you think? What would you think? What would you want changed or maybe have more time for? I ask as we're just wrapping up, probably. And then, oh, I can get rid of that. We don't need the little. We don't need the little camera on no more. There we go. I don't really know. I have fun though. Okay, thank you, Tetra. We're always good. I think if I think of any nitpicks, I'll bring it to Discord. Okay, thank you, Kate. Because, yeah, if we're gonna go again, let's go again. I'll say I have a whole collection of monsters to have possibly met, but only once we left Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake is a safe place. I did read chat some after my break till things got busier at work. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Fortunately, you didn't get to do too much, but yeah. I'll be uploading this because we did all very, very good. Nothing would get bonked as far as I'm aware. So this will be up for people to rewatch. I'm not gonna take it away from you. It'll be good. Murder. Yes. At some points I was like, how do we push you along to make sure you get out so you can do more attacks? Let's just say it got chaotic at work. One lady say I deserve to be paid double. Aw. That's very nice of her. But then also, does she mean that she'd only pay you compliments and not money? Because that kind of negates what you just said. But yeah. I kind of wish you guys got to do more murderizing. But I'm glad you got to do some of it, where you got some scare. It was like Ricochet Rabbit helping multiple people. She personally owed me no money. Okay, good. Yeah, I was like, what? Huh? I don't understand. Oh, you mean she wanted to pay you, but then... Oh, okay. I see, I see. Yes. Just a compliment is good then. Slash, yell at my boss to pay me more, maybe. Maybe? Oh. I will roll a d20 to see if I tell you about somebody else. Because I don't want to give away too much. But I want to tell you somebody else you could have murderized the honk. So I'm going to roll. Oh, it's a 50. She wanted my work to pay me more and said she'd yell at my boss or do the survey. Oh, sweet. See, that's nice. Okay. Let's see. Who could you have run into? Okay. You could have met a troll. There is a troll in this list. In which case, you would not have been able to just scare him away with an intimidate very easily. The intimidate spell meant that the bear had to run away, and so I suppose the troll would have to run away if you hit it with the same thing. But the bear would have left if you just rolled an intimidation check. Like, Buddy would have been spooked if you just kept, like, somebody was loud and he was already backing off. But it was like a weird potato thing came into my space, what the hell? And yeah, he's just a black bear that's a little bit magic, a little bit spirit, you know. So yeah, but the troll would have been very difficult to take down and would not have left easily. Let's say it that way. Yeah. I need to prepare like full stuff if I would do this in person, because I have all this stuff on the computer and it was a little slow, and I know that I don't have the full info on each of these things. Like, I realize as I'm looking at this, did the monster card have if he's charmable or not? I don't know. I would have imagined seeing a full-on dragon enter would have probably scared the bear. Yeah, probably would have spooked the bear. This is where he was like, huh? Huh? Oh no. And then suddenly, Goose. Goose did it, because it has the intimidation spell. Attack, whatever. Alright. As we run out of time before an ad would try and force in, I think we're going to ask for where we should raid away to. And since this is normally ASMR channel, I still plan on going there. But if we have a D&D game that's up, maybe we'll look at one of those. Oh. Thank you, everybody. I'm very glad we got to have fun with this. All the little bitty pieces that I put together, little pieces that you guys inspired and did yourselves, and all the little things you guys did in the game, very fun. I bet I could have murdered and eaten tetra. What? No, you couldn't have. Not a tetra. That's illegal. Thank you. All right. Okay. Let's. Yeah. Same. But because I am D&D, it pops up with a bunch of other D&D streams when I try to raid. So there's already a handful of people that are up that we could go to, possibly. Along with other people that are more like my usual. I will say I think we should go to one of our normals. There's only 2 people I know that I follow here. So we're gonna go to Inanna Bell, who has a bunch of people right now. We can go say hi. Maybe she fell asleep. Is that what she's saying? Well, we'll see in a second. If she's moving, she's not asleep. Are you asleep? She's not asleep. Okay, so we're gonna raid over, and I'm gonna say thanks again, everybody. I'm glad folks enjoyed it. I'm very glad we had a good time. and we got to actually see a few different people. We didn't have the mods never pop in or anything like that. People got to join. I'm very glad. So there's the raid message number 1. Whoa. If you've got the emotes, and here's raid 2 if you do not. I will be streaming again tomorrow, and I kind of forget what I'm doing, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the things I normally do. I think it was reading, and maybe it's origami. I don't know for sure. But I'll be streaming tomorrow. I was not thinking about tomorrow. All I have been thinking about is today. Everything was leading to today, so I have not thought about it. As soon as I end stream, I'll think about it again. But yes, so I will be back 9 p.m. EST as usual tomorrow and the next day. Yeah, all right. All paths lead to Molecule Joe. Yes. Actually, the only time Molecule Joe was gonna show up was if it was at that campfire. Because I had a few animals that you could run into, and I was like, I wanted a fire to be there so that, could be kind of like, oh, they got close to the Emerald Lake, be careful. Um, and, uh, and so there had to be a people there. But if I didn't roll a people, I was gonna have someone go in there and be like the person that was scared and was definitely not a threat. And all the rest of the people folk on my list are kind of like a little bit threat, or have a very different plot. And so I was gonna. That was the only time we could have met him, and we did. Yay! All right, let's let's raid over. And I'll say thank you so much, everybody. Again, I really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. Maybe you're headed to bed. In which case, eat well. But probably most of you are not that time zone typically. So just have a good day. If not, all right. Or maybe do go eat because apparently I need it. My goodness. No. All right. Thanks again. This was so fun. Okay, let's go. Let's raid. We're raiding.